I was 34 when I decided to take a few days off work and head out to a remote cabin in north-central Idaho that belonged to my cousin Eric. He had bought the place 5 years earlier and mostly used it during hunting season. It was small, isolated, and sat on over 80 acres of mixed pine and fir forest, surrounded by nothing but dirt trails and wildlife for miles. I needed the break. I'd been drowning in overtime at my job back in Boise. My sleep was a wreck, and I hadn't had a full day without a phone in my hand for months. So, when Eric offered to let me use his cabin while he was out of state, I said yes without thinking twice. He gave me simple directions, nothing fancy, since GPS didn't really work out there. He mentioned there was no running water, but there was a hand pump well out back, and the small propane tank should last me the week. He also said to bring plenty of food, a backup power bank, and a rifle just in case. The idea of needing a rifle gave me pause, but he said black bears had wandered onto the property before, and it was better to have it and not need it. I left on a Tuesday morning in mid-September. It was just getting cold enough in the evenings that the trees were turning colors, but the days were still mostly dry and warm. I packed my truck with everything I thought I'd need: canned food, bottled water, a sleeping bag, the .30-06 rifle my dad had given me a few years back, extra ammo, lanterns, and a thick book I'd been meaning to read. It was supposed to be a quiet, off-grid trip. Just me, the woods, and nothing else. The drive took most of the day. I followed highways for a while, then took a gravel Forest Service road that wound up into the mountains. After nearly 2 hours of bouncing along narrow switchbacks, I found the trail that led to the cabin. It wasn't marked with any kind of sign, but Eric had described the stump with the 2 deep axe cuts near the base. I turned off the main road, followed the rutted path for another 15 minutes, and finally saw the cabin tucked into the trees ahead. It was smaller than I expected. A single-story rectangle with a tin roof, rough-cut logs for walls, and a narrow chimney made of dark stone. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in months. Dry leaves covered the steps. A thick spider web stretched across the corner of the porch. But it was quiet, still, and the air smelled clean. I parked beside a pile of stacked firewood and got out, stretching my legs. The woods were dead silent. No wind, no birds, no distant hum of traffic. Just a kind of deep stillness that made me instantly feel like I'd stepped into another world. The key was in the metal box Eric had mounted under the porch. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The cabin was basic, just one big room with a cot, a fold-out table, a few shelves, and a small wood-burning stove. The kitchen was barely more than a counter with an old propane burner and a cooler. A shelf near the back held a radio, some old maps, and a tin box of tools. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse 100 yards behind the cabin, down a trail. Everything smelled like dust, wood smoke, and old pine. I set my gear down, opened a few windows to air the place out, and started settling in. I checked the propane level. Almost full. I pumped the hand well and found that it worked, though the water came out rusty for the first few seconds. I boiled some just to be safe. By the time I had everything set up and a small fire going in the stove, it was already dusk. That first night was fine. I sat out on the porch with a flashlight and my book until the stars came out. It was cold enough to see my breath. The silence was so total, it made my ears ring. At some point, I thought I heard something moving through the woods, maybe 50 yards off. A branch snapping, something brushing against dry leaves, but it wasn't loud or close. I figured it was a deer or a porcupine and didn't think much of it. I went inside, locked the door, and fell asleep listening to the stove ticking as it cooled down. The next day, I hiked around the property. There wasn't really a trail, but I used a compass and kept my bearings. I followed the ridgeline south for a while, climbed a small hill and looked out over the valley. You could see nothing but forest in every direction. No houses, no roads, not even any old logging cuts. Just endless trees swaying in the wind. I made a wide loop and came back from the north side a few hours later. I was sweaty and tired, but it felt good to move. I cooked a small dinner, beans, rice, a can of tuna, and sat on the porch again as the sun dipped behind the trees. That's when I noticed something strange. I had walked a full loop that day. I knew where I had been, but now, about 30 yards behind the outhouse, I saw a bare patch of earth that hadn't been there before. It was small, maybe 6 feet long, a few feet wide, and looked like it had been recently disturbed. The dirt was loose, darker, like it had been dug up and refilled. There were no tools lying around, no obvious signs of what had been done. Just this strange, rectangular patch of turned earth in the middle of the woods. At first, I thought maybe it was an old fire pit, but there were no stones, no ash, no wood, just smooth dirt. I walked up to it and stood there for a while, not really sure what I was looking at. The forest around me was dead quiet again, not even a breeze. I stared at that patch of earth for probably 2 or 3 minutes, and then walked away. It didn't feel right, but I couldn't explain why. That night, I kept the rifle close. I didn't sleep well. Every time the stove creaked or something tapped against the side of the cabin, I opened my eyes and held my breath. Around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps crunching slowly through the leaves outside. I froze. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too deliberate, slow, like someone walking, stopping, then walking again. I stayed in bed and listened. The steps came around the back of the cabin, paused near the wall behind the cot, and then moved off toward the woods. I didn't hear anything else after that. I didn't go outside. I didn't even get up. I just laid there in the dark until the sky started to turn pale. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. No footprints, no tracks, nothing out of place. Just that same strange patch of dirt behind the outhouse. I stood by it for a long time, staring down, wondering what could be buried there. Something about it just kept pulling at me. I didn't dig it up. I didn't want to know. Not yet. The 4th day was cold, overcast. I stayed close to the cabin, chopped some wood, read, boiled more water. Couldn't relax. Every sound made me jump. At one point, I swore I saw someone, in the trees beyond the clearing. A dark shape standing still. I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it was just a shadow. That night was worse than the one before. The same slow footsteps came back. This time, they circled the cabin twice. I heard them pause on the porch. I saw the faint shadow of movement under the door. I gripped the rifle so hard my hand went numb, but nothing came in. No knock, no voice, just those slow steps fading into the trees. At first light, I made coffee, packed my bag, and decided to hike out. I wasn't going to stay another night. I left a note for Eric, locked the cabin, and started down the trail to my truck. That's when I saw the second patch of disturbed earth. It was about 40 yards from the first, just off the path. Same size, same loose dirt, and this one was still damp. I felt sick. I didn't touch it. I just kept walking, rifle slung over my shoulder, eyes scanning the trees. I didn't run, but I moved fast. The whole time I felt like something was just behind me, watching. The silence was heavier than ever. No birds, no wind, nothing. When I got to the truck, I checked the tires. All 4 were fine. I started it and backed out without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the main gravel road. Then I drove another hour until I had cell service and called the sheriff's office. They sent a deputy out the next day. I met him at a ranger station and showed him the map, pointed out the cabin, and explained what I'd seen. I didn't try to sound dramatic. I just told him exactly what I'd found. The disturbed ground, the footsteps, the feeling that someone had been watching me. I don't know what they found. I never heard back. I didn't follow up. Eric texted me a few weeks later, asking how the cabin was. I told him I didn't sleep well and left early. That was it. I haven't gone back since. I still don't know what was buried behind that cabin. Maybe I don't want to, but sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my apartment, I still hear those slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking through dry leaves, just outside my window. I keep the rifle by my bed now. I never used to. I never planned to stay in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't the type to go camping or seek out adventure in the wilderness. But after the divorce, I needed to get away. I wanted silence, space, and some time to think. I found the cabin online, a rustic getaway deep in the woods, far from the nearest town. It seemed perfect. A couple of days by myself, no distractions, just a small place to breathe. I was 34, freshly divorced, and feeling lost. I'd left behind a life that had grown stale, and I was eager for a change, hoping some time alone would give me clarity. The cabin was exactly what I needed, I thought. It was a long drive from the city. The GPS led me down winding roads and up gravel paths that seemed to disappear into thick trees. Eventually, I turned onto a dirt road that looked barely wide enough for my car, but I followed it until I found the cabin tucked away in a hollow, surrounded by towering pines. The cabin itself was small, old but solid, with a steep roof that looked like it had seen better days. The porch creaked when I stepped onto it, and there was a single light bulb hanging from a rusted wire over the front door. The windows were thick with dust, but the place had a charm, like something you'd find in an old storybook. Inside, the smell of wood and mildew hit me. The furniture was sparse. An old leather couch that looked like it had been here since the 70s, a coffee table, and a big stone fireplace. The kitchen was small with basic amenities, an old stove, a refrigerator that hummed loudly, and a small table. Upstairs, there was just one bedroom with a queen-sized bed, its sheets wrinkled from years of use. I was alone in this place, with nothing but my thoughts and the silence that pressed in like a heavy blanket. For the first hour or so, I felt peaceful. I lit a fire in the fireplace, made a cup of coffee, and looked out the window at the darkening woods. But as the evening wore on, the place began to feel less like a retreat and more like something else. A waiting room for something I couldn't quite name. I had brought a book, but I couldn't focus on the words. My mind kept drifting. I found myself glancing at the windows, listening to the sounds outside. It was so quiet, too quiet. The wind didn't stir the trees. The usual forest noises were absent. Even the crickets had stopped singing. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just the isolation, the absence of anything familiar. But I felt watched. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. That night, I went to bed early. The bed creaked beneath me as I pulled the covers up around my chin. I thought maybe I was just tired from the drive, so I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point, I woke up. The room was pitch dark, save for a sliver of moonlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains. I lay still, my heart pounding, unsure of why I had woken. Then I heard it, a sound soft at first but growing louder. A scratching noise, like claws dragging along the wooden walls outside the bedroom. It wasn't an animal. It was slow, deliberate, as if someone or something was pacing the length of the cabin. I held my breath, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't. The scratching continued, moving from one side of the cabin to the other, always just out of sight. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a raccoon, a tree branch rubbing against the wall. But the sound felt wrong. It didn't have the rhythm of nature. It was too precise. I reached for my phone, but the battery was dead. Typical. The flashlight on my phone wouldn't work either, and I cursed under my breath. It was then that I heard something else, a soft thud, like someone stepping on the porch. My heart skipped. Someone was out there. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I held my breath and waited, hoping that whatever it was would leave. But the footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving toward the front door. The knob rattled, not just the usual wind-blown sound, but someone turning it from the outside. I froze. My mind raced, wondering if I should call the police, but I had no service. The old walls of the cabin felt like they were closing in around me, suffocating me. The door creaked open. I don't know how long I lay there, listening to the silence that followed. But eventually, I heard something else. A shuffling, dragging noise, like something heavy was being moved across the floor below me. I had to do something. I couldn't just stay here. I grabbed my jacket, quietly slipped on my shoes, and crept downstairs. My heart pounded in my chest, and every step felt like it was echoing through the cabin. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I peeked around the corner into the living room. The room was empty. I looked around, the only light coming from the dying embers in the fireplace. The front door was wide open, but there was no one in sight. The dragging noise had stopped, but now I could hear something else. The sound of something breathing, ragged and shallow. I turned toward the sound, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor in the far corner of the room, half hidden in the shadows. A figure, hunched over, its face obscured. I could barely make out its shape in the low light, but its presence was suffocating. My chest tightened, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. It wasn't human. I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't human. It was too still, too quiet. The air around it felt wrong, heavy, like I was suffocating just by being near it. It had no eyes, just a smooth, featureless face, and its arms were long, stretched unnaturally thin. The way it moved, slow, deliberate, like it was testing the air, made my blood run cold. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted for the door, my mind screaming at me to run, to get out. But as I reached for the knob, I felt a hand, cold, thin, and impossibly strong, grab my wrist. I screamed, and in that instant, everything stopped. I woke up the next morning to find the cabin exactly as I'd left it, the door still open. I could feel the sun creeping in through the gaps in the curtains, but I didn't dare move. My body ached as if I'd run miles, and my heart was still racing, thudding in my chest. I thought about leaving, but something told me to stay. Maybe it was the need for closure. Maybe it was just fear. I didn't know. After a long moment, I stood up, cautiously approached the door, and stepped outside. The world was quiet again, too quiet. The wind was still. The trees stood tall, motionless, as if they were waiting for something. I don't know what it was I saw that night, but I do know one thing. I wasn't alone in that cabin. And maybe, just maybe, I never had been. I never went back. I don't know what was out there or who or what it was, but the cabin is still there, and if you're ever passing through those woods, you might see it. It's waiting for someone to step inside, and I'd advise you not to. Expand the story further, adding more details, building tension, and exploring what might have happened to the narrator. Let me know if you'd like to proceed. Back in the fall of 2013, I was 34 years old and working as a freelance photographer out of Asheville, North Carolina. Most of my work involved long drives, hiking into remote areas, and spending days outdoors shooting landscapes for travel magazines and blogs. It was quiet work, usually solitary, and that was exactly what I liked about it. I had no wife, no kids, and after my last relationship ended earlier that year, I didn't have anyone close tying me down. I rented a small studio apartment above a bakery downtown, and when I wasn't out in the field, I was editing photos or taking odd jobs to help pay bills. In early October, I got a gig from a small but well-known outdoor brand. They wanted a photo series of the Pisgah National Forest, dense woods, foggy trails, moody streams, something atmospheric for a fall ad campaign. They were offering a decent flat rate, plus they would reimburse travel and food expenses. The one thing they emphasized was isolation. They didn't want any human elements in the shots. No hikers, no tents, no trails that looked too maintained. Just wild forest, maybe a deer or two if I was lucky. That meant I had to go off the usual tracks and stay deep in the woods. I knew of a place, about 2 hours west of Asheville, way past Brevard. It wasn't on any park map. Years ago, a friend had shown me this old hunting cabin up near the Tennessee border, almost at the edge of the national forest. It wasn't on private land, or if it was, no one had claimed it in years. The last time I'd been up there was probably 6 years earlier, just for a day hike, and I remembered the place being quiet, tucked behind a thicket of pines with a clear stream not far off. It was just a single-room cabin with a rotted porch, but if it was still standing, I could crash there instead of hauling a tent. I figured it was worth checking out. So I packed up my gear, camera bag, tripod, 3 days of food, water purification tablets, a sleeping bag, a small camp stove, a hatchet, some backup batteries, and my .38 snub revolver, which I always took on solo trips. It wasn't about fear or paranoia, just a precaution. Wild animals, the occasional weird person you might run into deep in the woods. I liked knowing I had something on me, just in case. I left Asheville just after sunrise on a Thursday. It was the first week of October. The leaves were already turning up high, mostly red and gold, and the sky was that pale gray that never quite clears up all day. The road out past Brevard twisted up into the hills, and the deeper I went, the fewer cars I saw. By the time I reached the dirt turnoff leading toward the old game trail that led to the cabin, I hadn't seen another person in half an hour. The hike from the trailhead to the cabin took about 2 hours. I moved slow, both to conserve energy and to scout for photo spots. There was a thick quietness in those woods, nothing creepy about it, just the way things get when you're deep enough into nature that even birds seem to respect the silence. I reached the cabin just before noon. It looked pretty much like I remembered. Small, maybe 12 feet by 12 feet, made of rough, weathered planks gone soft with age. The roof was intact, which was a good sign, and the door still hung on its hinges. The windows were open slits, no glass, just narrow gaps for air and light. There was a metal cot frame inside, rusted but solid, and a little wood stove in the corner with a cracked stovepipe that disappeared through the ceiling. No furniture, no signs of recent use. It was dry inside, which was all I needed. I dropped my pack, swept out a few leaves, and set up my sleeping bag on the cot. Then I walked the area with my camera, taking test shots and marking spots I'd want to come back to later when the light was better. There was a bend in the stream not far from the cabin where the water pooled in a shallow basin, smooth as glass. Fallen leaves floated across the surface. I spent nearly an hour just watching how the light bounced off the water. I didn't hear anything strange, nothing that stood out, just the wind, the water, and the occasional distant rustle from some squirrel or bird. That first night, I cooked up a bag of rice and jerky on the little stove I brought, cleaned my gear, and read for a bit using a small headlamp. I turned in early, sometime around 9. The cabin creaked a little as it cooled, and I could hear the wind moving through the trees, but nothing else. I slept okay. The next morning, I was up before the sun. I wanted to catch the mist in the lower areas of the forest. I spent nearly the whole day out shooting. I had a rough map in my notebook with sketches of spots I wanted to cover, and I moved from one to the next, getting what I needed. Around midday, I hiked back to the cabin to eat and rest. That's when I noticed something that felt off. Nothing dramatic, just small things. My sleeping bag was unzipped. I knew I had zipped it before leaving. It was a habit. The gear inside my pack looked shifted. Not missing, not damaged, just rearranged. I thought maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe I had left it like that and just forgot. I told myself not to overthink it. Still, I pulled out my revolver, checked the cylinder, and set it beside my sleeping bag just in case. That second night, I was a little more alert. Every creak of the cabin made me perk up. I didn't sleep as well, woke up a few times just from the feeling that something wasn't quite right. At one point, I heard what sounded like a branch breaking not far off. Could have been an animal. Could have been nothing. I didn't go out to check. Saturday morning, I woke up to find the door of the cabin open, just slightly, maybe 2 inches. I was sure I had shut it the night before. It didn't latch well, so I figured the wind might have pushed it open, but I still didn't like it. I stepped outside, looked around. The ground was mostly pine needles and leaves, no clear tracks. But something told me I wasn't alone. I packed my camera and went out for a shorter shoot, keeping close to the cabin this time. I didn't like being too far from my stuff. I came back around noon and sat on the porch eating a granola bar, just listening. I didn't hear anything out of place. But when I stepped back inside, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My revolver wasn't where I left it. I kept it right next to my sleeping bag, just under the edge so I could reach it easily. Now it was in my backpack, at the very bottom, tucked under my spare clothes. I didn't put it there. I just stood there for a full minute, not moving, my brain trying to catch up with what I was seeing. I checked the rest of my gear. Everything was there, nothing stolen. But someone had clearly been inside the cabin while I was gone. I felt that tight, crawling sensation in my neck. The kind that comes when you know, without doubt, that someone has been watching you. Maybe even standing where you're standing now. I unzipped my pack, took the gun out, and kept it in my waistband the rest of the day. I didn't go out again that afternoon. I stayed inside, packed most of my gear, and kept near the front window watching the trees. I thought about leaving that night, but the idea of hiking out in the dark didn't sit right with me either. I told myself I'd wait until first light. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound outside put me on edge. I kept the stove off so there wouldn't be any light showing through the slats. At one point, close to midnight, I heard something soft. Footsteps, maybe slow, crunching leaves. I held my breath, straining to listen. The steps stopped outside the cabin. Then nothing. No knock, no movement, just silence. Then the door creaked, just a little, just enough to let me know someone was there. I raised the gun, pointed it at the door, and waited. My heart pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just aimed at that dark gap and waited. Minutes passed. Nothing else happened. Eventually, I heard the sound of retreating steps, softer this time, moving away from the cabin. No voice, no flashlight, no explanation. I stayed like that until the sky turned pale. At dawn, I packed everything I had and got the hell out. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't stop to drink. I hiked hard, didn't even photograph anything on the way back. I made it to my truck in under 2 hours, lungs burning, legs shaking. I locked the doors the second I got inside and drove until I hit the main road. Didn't look back once. When I got home, I called the county sheriff's office. I didn't have much to tell them. No name, no face, no license plate. Just a location and a bad feeling. They said they'd send someone out, but I never heard back. I didn't expect to. I never used any of the photos from that trip. Something about them felt tainted. I stored the memory cards in a drawer and never opened them again. I still have them somewhere, but I haven't looked at them in years. I still go on trips, still take photos, but I don't camp in unknown cabins anymore. And I always bring an extra lock for the door. Sometimes at night, I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed one more day. If I had left that gun where it was again. If I hadn't woken up in time. I wonder if whoever was out there knew I was going to be alone. Or if they were just waiting for someone, anyone, to show up. It was the second week of October 2013. I was 36 back then. That was the year I started taking solo trips more seriously. I'd been going through some tough times mentally. A bad breakup, job stress, and just the general feeling of drifting that hits you in your 30s if you haven't figured everything out yet. I'd saved up enough vacation days, and instead of flying anywhere crowded or loud, I decided to rent a cabin up in the Adirondacks, New York, about 4 hours from where I lived in Albany. The place I found online looked perfect. It wasn't much, just a small wooden cabin, old but sturdy looking, with a front porch and a fire pit. The photos showed a tiny kitchen, 1 bedroom, a bathroom, and not much else. The listing said it had electricity and a working heater, but no internet or phone service. That was exactly what I was looking for. Just me, a few books, some simple meals, and the quiet. I packed up my Subaru with food, water, hiking boots, extra blankets, and a few tools. I even brought a hatchet and a hunting knife, even though I wasn't planning on hunting anything. I liked being prepared. I got there around noon on a Friday, and I still remember how silent it was. The air was crisp, but not freezing. Leaves had just started turning bright red and orange, and they crunched under my boots when I stepped out. The gravel road that led to the cabin was barely a road, just 2 narrow tire ruts that disappeared behind the trees. Once I got past a certain point, there were no signs of other houses, no streetlights, nothing. Just woods and hills and sky. The first couple days were exactly what I needed. I cooked some basic meals, read on the porch during the day, and went to sleep early. No clocks, no alarms, no buzzing phones. I hiked around the cabin a bit, sticking mostly to marked trails. One trail in particular led down to a narrow stream about a mile away. I followed it twice, once in the morning and once in the late afternoon. I never saw another person. I never even heard anything that sounded like someone. Just birds and wind, and sometimes a distant creaking of trees rubbing against each other. The first strange thing I noticed wasn't scary, just odd. It was Sunday morning. I was up early, drinking black coffee on the porch. I had my boots on already, planning another walk to the stream. While I sipped, I looked across the clearing toward the tree line. That was about 50 yards from the front porch, where the forest started again. I didn't see anything at first, but when I looked a little longer, I noticed something out of place. There was a dark spot in the trees that hadn't been there the day before. It was shaped like a person, kind of, but it wasn't moving. I figured maybe it was just a dark trunk or a shadow, or maybe even a stump I hadn't noticed. Still, it bugged me. I walked halfway across the clearing to get a better look. As I got closer, the shape lost its form. It just became a jumble of branches and brush. Whatever I had seen was gone or had never been there. I figured I was just tired or seeing things. I turned around and walked back. That day, I stayed out longer than usual. I packed a small backpack with some snacks, water, and a flashlight just in case. I followed the stream further than before, maybe 2 miles in total. I didn't plan on going that far, but the trail was clear and it felt good to walk. The woods were peaceful, and the air had that clean, damp smell of fallen leaves and moss. I saw a few deer tracks and once thought I saw a raccoon dart between some rocks. But other than that, it was quiet. It was around 4 p.m. when I turned back. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, and I didn't want to be walking through the woods in the dark. I made it back to the cabin a little after 5. I cooked some pasta on the propane stove, read a bit more, then climbed into bed with my flashlight on the nightstand. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. No sound had woken me up that I could tell. It was dead silent, which was actually strange. Usually there were night sounds, owls, wind, branches. But that night, nothing. I sat up and listened. It was the kind of silence that starts to feel loud in your ears. I got up and looked out the small bedroom window, which faced the woods. The moon was bright enough that I could make out the clearing. First, nothing. Then, I saw something again. That same spot near the tree line. That shape. This time, it looked more like a person. Standing, perfectly still. I stood frozen at the window for what felt like 10 minutes. I kept trying to tell myself it was just a shadow or a tree, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I turned off the flashlight next to the bed, crouched down under the window line, and waited. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there in bed, staring at the ceiling, ears open. Every time the cabin creaked, my heart jumped. Around 6 a.m., the sun started to rise, and with it came the normal sounds again. Birds, wind, the usual forest noises. I waited until full daylight before getting up and going outside. There was no one there. I walked out to the tree line, every step slow, scanning for footprints or anything out of place. But the grass and leaves were mostly dry, and if someone had been standing there, they left no obvious trace. Still, the air felt off, like something had just left, something that had been there longer than I thought. That morning, I seriously considered leaving early. I had booked the place until Wednesday, but now I was wondering if I even wanted to stay one more night. I wasn't panicking, but something in me felt unsettled. I told myself I'd go into town, maybe get some lunch, walk around among people just for a break. The nearest town was about 40 minutes down the mountain. I locked the cabin, got in the car, and drove off. I stayed in town until almost sundown. I lingered in a diner for hours, drinking coffee, checking my phone for messages since it finally had service. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't want to explain something that didn't even make sense to me. Around 6:30 p.m., I finally drove back up the mountain, headlights sweeping through the trees, gravel crunching under my tires. It was almost dark when I got back to the cabin. I parked, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Nothing looked disturbed. Everything was where I had left it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there while I was gone. I checked all the windows, made sure the doors were locked, and even put one of the kitchen chairs under the doorknob just for extra measure. I kept my hunting knife close, too. That night, I didn't even bother undressing. I lay down fully clothed, flashlight in hand, and waited. At some point, I dozed off. Then a noise. Not loud, just movement. Outside, leaves crunching, slow steps. I didn't get up. I just stayed there in the dark, holding my breath, listening. The steps came closer. They stopped. Then I heard something that nearly made me drop the flashlight. 3 soft taps on the window. Not a knock. Taps. Light, careful, like someone didn't want to break the glass. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at the ceiling, waiting for something else, but nothing came. After maybe 10 minutes, I crept out of bed and crawled to the window. I peeked through a crack in the curtain. There was no one, but just under the window in the dirt were 2 clear footprints. Not boots, bare feet. I packed up that night. I didn't sleep. I waited for the first light of dawn, then shoved everything into the car, didn't bother cleaning up, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit Albany. I went straight to my apartment, locked the door behind me, and sat on the couch with every light on. I didn't call the cops. What would I tell them? That someone was standing in the woods? That someone tapped on my window? That I saw bare footprints in the dirt? I never went back to that cabin. A month later, I checked the listing online. It was still up, still for rent. I flagged it, reported it, tried to find a contact number, but there was nothing. The owner's info was gone. A year later, I went hiking with a friend in that general area. I didn't tell him why I was uneasy the whole time, why I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the woods, pausing when things got too quiet. And still, sometimes when I wake up at night, I find myself listening for soft taps. And sometimes, not often, I think I hear them. I never thought much about the cabin in the woods. It was just a place to escape, to get away from the noise of the world for a while. I was 24 when I first visited it. My friend Noah had convinced me. He'd always been a fan of the quiet, the seclusion, and the woods, which I could never understand. I liked the city, the lights, the sounds, the hustle. The woods were a different thing entirely, something I wasn't sure I wanted to be a part of. But he'd been pushing for it for months, and after a long conversation, I agreed. The cabin was in a remote area, no electricity, no running water, no phone signal. Noah assured me that it would be a peaceful experience, a nice break from our stressful jobs, a weekend of disconnecting from the world. It was late October when we went, the leaves just beginning to turn, but the air had already begun to chill. The cabin was nestled at the foot of a mountain in a dense forest. The kind of forest where the trees felt like they were closing in on you, thick and dark. Noah had been there a couple of times before. He'd found it through an old family friend who owned it, and he said it was the perfect place for a quiet retreat. The drive up took hours. The road was winding and bumpy, the car's tires scraping against the gravel. We passed a few small towns, but the deeper we went into the woods, the fewer people we saw. The isolation felt like a wall closing in around us. Noah seemed excited, but I couldn't shake the discomfort in my stomach. When we finally arrived, the cabin looked like something out of a postcard. It was small, with a stone chimney, wood paneling, and a porch that overlooked a steep slope. The forest around it was silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. The cabin itself was weathered, but it had an old charm to it. Inside, the air smelled musty, like old wood and dust, but there was a cozy feeling to it. A large stone fireplace took up one wall, and the rest of the room was filled with mismatched furniture. Old couches, a coffee table that looked like it had been there for decades, and a wooden dining table. It wasn't luxurious by any means, but it felt safe, like a place where nothing could go wrong. Noah started a fire and we unpacked. The place was basic, just a few rooms. A small kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. He handed me the room at the back, saying it would be good to sleep in there since it had the better view. The curtains were thick, blocking most of the light from the outside, but I didn't mind. I'd gotten used to the city lights at night, but here, in the cabin, the world felt distant, as if it was no longer part of my reality. That first night was uneventful. We had dinner, pasta and canned vegetables, and sat by the fire talking about work, life, and random things. I had a couple of beers, and Noah sipped on whiskey. We didn't do much else, just enjoyed the quiet. The wind outside howled through the trees, but it didn't bother me. In fact, it was kind of relaxing. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. We had decided to go to bed early. It had been a long day, and we were both tired. I brushed my teeth, climbed into bed, and pulled the blankets up to my chin. The wind was picking up outside, and the creaking of the cabin seemed to sync with the gusts. I tried to sleep, but something about the place kept me awake. I tossed and turned, feeling the weight of the silence pressing on me. My mind started to wander, thinking about the days ahead, about how we'd spend the weekend hiking, cooking, and unwinding. But then I heard it, a noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind, branches scraping against the side of the cabin, leaves rustling. But then it came again, a faint sound. It was like a tapping, a slow, rhythmic tapping against the window. I lay still, listening. My heart began to race. I told myself it was just the trees. The wind had to be moving the branches. But it didn't stop. The tapping continued, each tap followed by a short pause, then another tap. My mind raced, thinking of all the possible explanations. Animals? Something larger than an animal? But no, the tapping was too precise, too intentional. I got out of bed, my feet cold against the wooden floor. I tiptoed over to the window and looked out. The moonlight barely illuminated the trees outside, casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. But there was nothing there, nothing but the trees. I breathed a sigh of relief, convincing myself that I was just overthinking it. Maybe it had been a branch or an animal pawing at the glass. But as I turned to go back to bed, I heard it again. The tapping. This time it was louder, closer. I rushed back to the window, my pulse quickening. There was no one out there, not a single thing in sight. The tapping had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The cabin felt colder, the air thick with tension. I went back to bed, pulling the blankets up to my neck, trying to ignore the nagging fear crawling up my spine. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind outside, made my heart race. The next morning, Noah woke up early as usual. I told him about the tapping, but he just shrugged it off, blaming it on the wind or an animal. "It happens," he said with a grin, clearly unconcerned. "You're just not used to the quiet." But something didn't sit right with me. I couldn't stop thinking about that tapping. It had been too deliberate, too strange. The wind didn't make that kind of noise. Animals didn't either. Something or someone had been out there. The day passed uneventfully. We went for a hike, enjoying the crisp fall air, but I couldn't shake the unease. Every time we stopped to rest, I would glance around, half expecting to see someone watching us from between the trees. But there was nothing. That night, Noah went to bed early again, but I couldn't. I stayed up, reading a book by the fire, trying to distract myself from the feeling that something wasn't right. Around midnight, I heard the tapping again. It was louder this time, more urgent. The wind had died down, and I was sure I wasn't imagining it. I froze, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the front window, the one nearest the porch. I slowly stood up, my legs trembling. I had to check. I crept toward the window, my breath shallow. The tapping had stopped, but I could still feel that cold, unnerving presence outside. My eyes scanned the darkness, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The porch was empty. No one was there. But then I saw something, a figure, just at the edge of the porch light's reach. It was crouched low to the ground, almost blending into the shadows. A man, or something like it, hunched over and barely visible, as if trying to remain hidden. I recoiled, my heart racing. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to move. I stood there, frozen, unsure what to do. I wanted to wake Noah, but I couldn't take my eyes off the figure. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I didn't dare look away for a moment, but it didn't return. The silence outside was suffocating. I felt the cold sweat on my back, my breathing heavy and shallow. Finally, I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. I felt utterly alone, trapped in that cabin. I grabbed the small axe from the corner of the room, something I had noticed when we first arrived, and went to the door. My hands shook as I gripped the handle, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I slowly cracked the door open, just enough to peek outside. Nothing. The porch was empty, still as death. The cold air stung my skin. I stepped outside, carefully scanning the dark woods. Every shadow seemed to shift, and the sound of my breath echoed too loudly in the silence. I checked the cabin's perimeter, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, no trace of whoever or whatever had been out there. It was as if the woods had swallowed them whole. I returned to the cabin, locked the door behind me, and collapsed on the couch. I didn't know what to think or what to do. I wanted to leave, but the thought of driving down that long, lonely road at night terrified me even more. I stayed up for the rest of the night, listening to the wind, but the tapping never came again. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I told Noah what happened. He was skeptical, of course, but agreed to leave early. We packed up and drove away without any more incidents, but the entire time I felt like I was being watched, like the woods were trying to pull me back. We left without looking back, and I haven't been back since. I don't know what it was that night. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe it wasn't. But one thing I do know is that I'll never forget the feeling of being watched in that cabin. Whatever it wasn't friendly, and I'll never feel safe in the woods again. It was the kind of place that seemed perfect when you saw the pictures online. A rustic cabin tucked away in the thick woods of northern Michigan. I was 27, newly single, and looking for an escape from everything. A break from my hectic life in the city, from work, from constant noise, from people who always seemed to need something from me. Pine Ridge, the tiny town I'd found, was supposed to be quiet and peaceful, far removed from anything that could remind me of the chaos I'd been dealing with. I thought about all the times I had wished for peace and quiet, a chance to finally breathe without being bombarded by the pressures of everyday life. I booked the cabin for the weekend, packed my bags, and drove up on a Friday afternoon. The sun bright and the sky clear as I made my way north. It was about a 6-hour drive, and by the time I reached the town, it was already starting to get dark. The GPS had brought me as close to the cabin as it could, but the rest of the journey was down a dirt road that seemed to go on forever, bordered by dense trees and a thick fog that had begun to creep in from the edges of the forest. I slowed down as I finally spotted the small cabin through the trees, a weathered structure with a stone chimney, surrounded by a wide deck that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I parked the car, grabbed my bag, and walked up the steps. The place looked even older than the photos had made it seem, but something about it still felt right. I pulled the key from the small lockbox and unlocked the door. Inside, the cabin was a little musty, but not unpleasantly so. It had a large stone fireplace, an old leather sofa, and a couple of worn wooden chairs scattered around the room. The kitchen was small, tucked away at the far end with just enough space to make a simple meal. Everything about the place had a charm to it, like it had been frozen in time. There was a sort of peace about it, an energy that seemed to flow through the cabin in a way that made me feel at home. The first night was uneventful. I made a quick dinner, opened a bottle of wine, and sat on the deck with my feet up, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The trees whispered in the wind, and the air smelled of pine and earth. I felt a calm that I hadn't felt in ages. But when I went to bed, I started to hear things. At first, it was faint, the sound of a creaking floorboard from somewhere downstairs. I told myself it was just the house settling, that old buildings made strange noises. I lay in bed for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. Owls hooting, the rustle of leaves, the occasional distant howl of a wolf. But the creaks downstairs didn't stop. I got up, grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand, and went to investigate. The wooden floors groaned under my feet as I made my way down the narrow staircase that led into the main living room. The living room was empty, save for the furniture and the dim light of the moon streaming through the large windows. There was nothing unusual, no sign of anything out of place. But the sound continued, faint but persistent, as if something was moving around the lower level. My heart started to race, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in my hand as I stood there, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or the house itself. But deep down, I knew there was something else. I checked all the windows and doors. They were all locked. The last thing I wanted to do was freak myself out over nothing. So I decided to head back upstairs, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest. But as I was about to turn off the light in the kitchen, I noticed something strange. The door to the basement, something I had definitely not seen when I first arrived, was slightly ajar. I hadn't even realized there was a basement. For a long moment, I stood there, the light flickering in my hand as I debated whether or not I should investigate. There were plenty of rational reasons not to. I was alone and it was late. But something about the unknown called to me. I slowly approached the basement door, my feet dragging against the cold wooden floor, the air in the cabin suddenly feeling heavier. The door creaked open as I pushed it slightly farther, and I stood at the top of the staircase, staring down into the blackness below. I almost turned back, but then I heard it, soft, like a whisper, coming from the basement. A low, muffled sound, like something or someone was moving around down there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Without thinking, I stepped forward, my flashlight illuminating the steps one by one as I descended. The stairs creaked under my weight as I moved further down, my breath coming faster. The basement was damp, cold, and smelled of mildew and earth. The air was thick, almost suffocating. I swept the flashlight beam across the room, looking for anything that might explain the strange noise I had heard. There were old boxes stacked in one corner, a few rusty tools scattered around, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. But then, just as I was about to turn around, I saw it, a single chair, sitting in the middle of the room, facing the wall. It looked like it had been placed there intentionally, as if someone had been sitting there watching something. I felt a chill run through me. I don't know what came over me, but I walked towards the chair. My foot hit something on the ground, and I looked down to see an old, rusted key. It was covered in dirt, almost like it had been buried. I picked it up and examined it, my mind racing with questions. What did it unlock? Why had it been hidden in the basement? The chair still stared at the wall, unmoving, as if waiting for someone to sit in it. I felt a deep, unsettling urge to leave, but at the same time, I felt drawn to the chair. I stepped forward, my hand shaking as I brushed the seat, then quickly pulled back as a cold gust of air rushed past me. It felt like the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees in an instant. The whispers started again, louder this time, more insistent. Suddenly, I realized I wasn't alone. Something was there with me, something I couldn't see, but I could feel its presence. It was all around me, its invisible eyes watching me, waiting for me to make a move. My heart raced as I backed away from the chair, my hand still clutching the key. I turned and ran up the stairs, my footsteps echoing through the cold basement. I slammed the door shut behind me, my breath ragged as I leaned against the wall, trying to calm myself. I spent the rest of the night in a restless sleep, tossing and turning, haunted by the image of that chair. I didn't know what it meant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been waiting for me in that basement. The next day, I decided to leave. I packed my things quickly, trying to ignore the strange sense of unease that clung to me. As I stepped out onto the deck, I glanced back at the cabin. It seemed different now, somehow like it was watching me. I drove off in a hurry, the cabin disappearing behind me as I sped down the dirt road, my mind racing with thoughts I couldn't quite process. I never did find out what the key unlocked or why that chair was down in the basement, but one thing was clear. The cabin at Pine Ridge had a secret, and it wasn't one that I was meant to know. I haven't been back since. It wasn't some dramatic midlife crisis or a mental breakdown, though looking back, maybe it was something close to both. Life had just become too loud. Too many emails, too many bills, too many meetings, too many people wanting something every minute of the day. I needed to cut the wires, even just for a week or two. That was my thought process when I booked the remote cabin in central Colorado, right near the edge of Route National Forest. It was early January 2019, dead in the middle of winter. The cabin was isolated 5 miles from the nearest paved road and 10 miles from the closest town. The online listing was brief and a little sketchy, but that's what I wanted. No phone service, no internet, just snow, trees, and quiet. I planned it out like a military operation. I packed thermal gear, a snow shovel, a generator, propane tanks, extra food, tools, maps, even a backup satellite beacon in case something truly went wrong. I wasn't a survivalist, but I liked to think I was prepared. I drove my aging Jeep Cherokee from Denver all the way out to Steamboat Springs, then followed a winding county road until I hit the marked trail where the Forest Service maintained access during the summer. In winter, the trail became a snow-covered path, and that's where I parked. From there, it was nearly a mile on snowshoes, dragging my gear behind me on a cheap plastic sled I'd bought the week before. The cabin was tucked back from the trail behind a thin wall of trees. Small, squat, made of logs that looked blackened by time. The roof had about a foot of snow on it, and the chimney was half buried. I had to stomp a clear path around the structure before I could even open the door. Inside, it was colder than outside. No power, no plumbing. Just a wood stove, an old cot with a thin mattress, a beat-up table, and a few shelves stocked with random rusting cookware. I spent the first hour just getting the place warm. I had brought in pre-cut firewood from a gas station in town, and after lighting the stove and seeing the smoke rise straight up through the chimney, I finally took a breath. I was alone, really, truly alone. No signal, no neighbors, no one expecting to hear from me. It was quiet enough to hear my own heartbeat. The first night was cold, but peaceful. The fire crackled as I sat by it in silence, sipping cheap whiskey from a metal mug. Wrapped in a sleeping bag, I laid out on top of the cot. Outside, I could hear wind pushing through the pines, and snow occasionally sliding off the roof with soft thuds. The next morning, I woke up with frost on my mustache. The fire had died during the night, and the inside of the cabin was an icebox. I had slept with my coat and thermals on, but my boots felt like blocks of ice when I slipped them back on. I lit the stove again, then stepped outside to pee. That's when I noticed something strange. There were tracks in the snow near the back of the cabin. Not animal tracks, boots. They led around the side of the cabin and stopped by the back wall, right where the snow was deepest. They weren't mine. I had only walked the front perimeter the day before, and I hadn't gone behind the cabin at all. These tracks were narrow, like hiking boots or something similar, and they were partially filled in with fresh snow, meaning they had been made sometime overnight. I stood there for a long minute, just staring. My brain tried to go down all the logical paths. Maybe I made the tracks and forgot. Maybe they were old and the snow had just preserved them weirdly. But none of that made sense. They were fresh enough to see clearly, and I hadn't been back there. I walked the perimeter again, this time all the way around. The snow on the far side of the cabin was untouched, but the back wall had those boot prints pressed in deep. They ended right at the logs. No sign of them turning away. It was like someone walked up to the wall and stood there, facing the cabin, watching it. I went back inside and locked the door. There was no real lock, just a sliding latch and a heavy crossbar that dropped into brackets on either side of the door. It felt primitive but solid. I sat by the fire most of that day, not reading, not eating, just listening. But I didn't hear anything unusual. The second night, I kept my boots on and my flashlight by my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep much. Every little creak made my eyes snap open. I thought I heard footsteps on the porch at one point, but I told myself it was just snow shifting or ice cracking under the weight of the wind. In the morning, I stepped outside again. More tracks. This time they went from the tree line straight to the back of the cabin. Then from the back wall to the edge of the porch, then back to the trees. Same boots, same shape, narrow and deep. Someone had been out there, walking around the cabin while I slept. I decided to stay up that night. I didn't care if it was a hiker, a squatter, or some nutcase living off the grid. I needed to see who was doing it. I kept the fire low and moved the small table to the side of the one grimy window that faced the back. I sat in a chair with a blanket over my shoulders and watched. I had a thermos of coffee, a flashlight in one hand, and a hatchet in the other. Hours went by. It was sometime around 3 in the morning when I saw movement. Just a flicker at the edge of the trees. The moon was out, casting a dull blue light over the snow. I blinked hard and stared. There was someone standing just beyond the treeline, not moving, just there, watching the cabin. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't move at all. I just sat and stared back. Minutes passed. Then, slowly, the figure turned and walked off, vanishing behind a snow-covered ridge. I waited another hour before I moved. I didn't go outside. I didn't want to see what kind of tracks they left this time. I just slid the crossbar back into place and added more wood to the fire. By the fourth day, I was starting to question everything. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe the cold and isolation were messing with me. But the tracks didn't lie. I checked again that morning and saw a new set leading up to the edge of the porch and back into the woods. Same boot prints. Narrow, deep. No animal could have made them. No natural explanation covered this. I had another 3 days booked, but I was already debating whether I should pack up and leave. The hike out wouldn't be easy, especially with all the gear, but staying was starting to feel worse. That afternoon, I heard something for the first time. Not just the wind or the creaking roof. It was a thud, heavy, like something hitting the cabin wall. I grabbed the hatchet and stood still by the door. It happened again. A dull, solid hit. Then nothing. I moved to the window and peeked through the dirty glass. Nothing. Just snow and trees. Then I saw it. Nailed into the back wall of the cabin, right below the window, a piece of wood. A short plank like a broken piece of fence or siding. I hadn't brought that. It hadn't been there the day before. I went outside with the hatchet and pried it loose. It had been nailed in with rusted spikes. Big ones. I flipped it over. There were words scratched into the back. Shaky, crude handwriting, like it had been done with a knife. Do not stay. That was it. 3 words. I dropped the plank and went back inside. My heart was pounding. Someone had come right up to the wall, nailed that message in, and left, all without me hearing a damn thing. I packed that night. Food, gear, everything that mattered. I left the rest. I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with the hatchet in my hand and both eyes open until the sky started to lighten. The hike out the next morning was long and brutal. My sled flipped twice. Snow was falling hard. My boots kept punching through the crust. But I kept going. I didn't look back. When I reached the Jeep, I started it and didn't stop driving until I hit Steamboat Springs. I booked a hotel for the night, turned my phone back on, and sat in the bath for over an hour. That night, I heard traffic again. Laughter, doors closing, things I hadn't realized I'd missed. I didn't report it. Who would I even report it to? The sheriff? The Forest Service? What could I say? Hey, someone left creepy tracks and nailed a warning to my cabin? No one got hurt. Nothing was stolen. It would go nowhere. Weeks later, back in Denver, I looked up the area out of curiosity. There had been no recent crimes, no missing hikers. Nothing unusual on record. The cabin listing was still up, same photos, same price. I never contacted the owner. I didn't want to know who they were or what they knew. I still don't know who was out there. A drifter? A hunter? Someone squatting in the woods? Maybe someone who didn't want strangers on what they thought was their land? The message said, do not stay, not go away, not get out. Just that, like a warning, not a threat. I've never gone back to the woods since. Not alone, not in winter, and I haven't stayed in a cabin again. Back in the fall of 2019, I was 28, working long hours at a small advertising firm in Richmond, Virginia. I was drained all the time, mentally, physically, emotionally. It got to a point where I couldn't sleep more than a few hours a night, and the constant screen time made my eyes burn. I needed to get away from people, from traffic, from meetings and emails and deadlines. So, I booked a cabin up in the George Washington National Forest through a private rental website. It was a small place, owned by an older guy who didn't seem to rent it out much. He just had a few blurry pictures online and a short description. 1-bedroom cabin with basic amenities. No cell signal. No Wi-Fi. No TV. Private land. Secluded. Firewood included. That was it. but it was cheap and out of the way, exactly what I wanted. I didn't care about luxury. I just wanted quiet. The place was about a 4-hour drive from Richmond. I left early on a Sunday morning, loaded my cooler with groceries, packed my hiking boots, a couple paperbacks, and a sleeping bag just in case the bed turned out to be gross. I had no real plans. Just read, sleep, maybe take some walks in the woods. The drive was easy until the last hour. The roads narrowed into winding mountain switchbacks, and my GPS went dead halfway up the hill. There was no reception either, so I had to rely on the printed directions I'd thankfully brought. The gravel road to the cabin was full of potholes, and I had to crawl along in first gear to keep from scraping the underside of my car. Thick woods lined both sides, pine and poplar mostly, leaves just starting to turn orange and red. It was beautiful but dense. After about a mile and a half, I spotted the cabin barely. It was tucked back in a clearing, about 50 yards off the road. Just one story, weathered wood siding, a rusted metal roof, a porch out front with a couple rotting chairs and a pile of chopped firewood. I parked and sat in the car for a minute, engine off, listening. There was nothing but wind in the trees. No birds, no planes overhead, no distant traffic, just quiet. I remember thinking, this is exactly what I needed. I grabbed my stuff and unlocked the door with the key that had been left in a metal box nailed to the post. Inside, the place was cleaner than I expected. One main room with a twin bed against the far wall, a small wood stove, a kitchen area with a sink, a propane stove, and some shelves with old mismatched dishes. There was a narrow bathroom off to the side with a composting toilet and a tank for washing hands. No shower. I'd known that going in. There was a hand pump outside near a stream for water. Rustic but livable. That first day was peaceful. I unpacked, made a sandwich, and walked around the property. There was a trail that led into the woods behind the cabin. I followed it for about half a mile until it disappeared into brush. Saw a few deer tracks and some squirrel nests. Nothing unusual. That night I made soup, lit a small fire in the stove, and read until it got too dark to see. No electricity meant no lights. I had a lantern and a few candles, but I liked the dark. It reminded me of camping as a kid. I slept well that night, bundled up in the sleeping bag on top of the bed. No dreams, no sounds, just blackness. The next day I got up with the sun, made coffee on the stove, watched the fog lift off the trees. Around 10, I walked back up the trail and explored some of the ridgelines. The forest up there was thick but manageable, open enough to walk through without too much trouble. I didn't bring my phone since it was dead, and there was no way to charge it. I didn't really care. That was the point. I brought a compass and my printed map, marked my trail with small piles of stones, and made sure not to go too far. That evening, things started to feel off. I was sitting on the porch around dusk, watching the trees, when I heard a noise back in the woods. Not close, but not far either. It was a crack, like a branch snapping. I stood up and listened. Nothing followed it. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a bear, but I'd seen no scat or tracks. Still, I went back inside and locked the door, even though I knew it wouldn't stop much if something really wanted in. The lock was just a simple slide bolt. Later that night, I woke up around 2 a.m. My lantern had gone out and it was pitch black. I didn't know what had woken me at first. Just a feeling, maybe. But then I heard it. A soft thud outside, like something heavy stepping on the porch. I froze, listened. Another creak. Then nothing. Just wind. I waited, breathing slow, trying not to make a sound. After a few minutes, I slid out of bed and crept to the window. The curtains were thin, and the moonlight was dim. I couldn't see anything out there. I pressed my ear to the wall, but the noise was gone. Maybe it was a raccoon, or the wind had knocked something over. I forced myself back to bed, though it took a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I went outside and checked the porch. Nothing was moved. No footprints. The firewood pile was untouched. I walked around the cabin, checked the trail, looked for signs of anything. Nothing. The dirt around the porch was dry and hard. No prints. I told myself it had to have been a raccoon or even my imagination. Long hours alone can do that. I'd only been there 2 days, but the next night it happened again. This time, I'd fallen asleep early, around 9 p.m. I woke up to the same sound, something stepping onto the porch. The wood creaked very slowly, like weight shifting. I sat up, heart pounding, and waited. No footsteps, no scratching or rattling. Just one step, then silence. I didn't go to the window this time. I stayed in bed, holding my breath. Eventually I dozed off, too tired to keep my eyes open. When I woke up, it was morning. Everything looked normal again, but the feeling stuck with me. Something wasn't right. On Wednesday, I decided to stay close to the cabin. I didn't go hiking. I didn't even read. I just sat on the porch with my pocket knife and a hammer I found in one of the drawers. I didn't know what I was waiting for. Nothing happened all day, not a sound. But that night, the noises came back. This time, I swear I heard breathing. Slow, heavy, just on the other side of the wall. I sat up, barely moving, and listened. The sound came and went, like someone standing outside, just breathing. Then a faint scrape, like fingernails on wood. I grabbed the hammer, heart in my throat, and stood by the door. But nothing came in. Nothing knocked. Just silence again after a minute or two. The next morning, I found something new. Near the edge of the woods, maybe 30 yards from the porch, I saw a pile of small stones stacked up into a little cone. 6 or 7 flat rocks balanced carefully on top of each other. I hadn't made it. I was sure of that. It hadn't been there before. Someone had been here. Someone had walked onto the property during the night and left that. I felt a cold pit open in my stomach. I packed up some stuff in my backpack, snacks, water, a knife, and hiked back up the road toward where I came in, thinking I'd try to get a signal or find someone. I walked for over 2 hours. No signal, no cars, no hikers, nothing, just forest and gravel road. I didn't even know how far the nearest neighbor was. Eventually, I turned back. That night, I barricaded the door with the dresser. I didn't sleep. I sat up in the corner with the hammer and a kitchen knife, listening to every little creak. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The porch creaked, then the sound of something pressing against the door. Not banging, not loud, just pressure, like someone leaning on it. Then footsteps, just a few, walking slowly across the porch and down the steps. Then silence. I sat there for hours until the sun came up. Thursday morning, I was done. I packed everything I could, shoved it into the car, and got ready to leave. But when I started the engine, it made a horrible grinding noise and wouldn't turn over. I popped the hood and immediately saw the problem. The battery cables had been cut, clean, like with a knife or wire cutter. I stared at them for a long time, then looked back at the woods. Someone had done this. While I slept, they'd been watching me, coming up to the cabin every night. And now they were keeping me here. I didn't panic, but I was close. I spent the day trying to fix it with tape and wire I found inside, but it was useless. I had no tools, no replacements. I was stranded. I considered walking, but the nearest town was over 15 miles away down a mountain road. No guarantee of help, and if someone was messing with me, I didn't want to be caught in the woods alone and far from shelter. That night, I stayed up again. Dresser in front of the door, knife in my hand. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to be seen. Around 2:45 a.m., I heard it again. Steps, breathing, then something slid under the door. I didn't move until it was quiet. When I finally got the nerve, I walked to the door and looked down. It was a The road was long and empty. There was no sign of life for miles, just the dry, cracked earth on either side of me, stretching out into the horizon. The trees that lined the narrow highway were sparse and twisted, gnarled by years of harsh winds and weather. I hadn't seen another vehicle in hours, and the silence was beginning to gnaw at me. The car's engine hummed steadily, a small comfort in the otherwise unsettling quiet. I had been driving for what felt like an eternity, making my way to a cabin my uncle had left me in his will. I never really knew him well. He was a bit of a loner, and the few times I saw him growing up, he always seemed off. Still, When the lawyer called, telling me about the cabin, I felt a strange tug, a curiosity that I couldn't shake. Maybe it was just the idea of having a place to myself for a few days to get away from everything. I didn't know why else I'd come out to this remote corner of the country. It wasn't long before I saw the sign. A wooden board with faded letters that read, Spruce Hollow Cabin. A small arrow pointed left, and I followed the winding dirt road that led deeper into the woods. The tires kicked up dust, the car's suspension groaning against the uneven path. I was starting to wonder if I should have brought something better equipped for this kind of terrain, but I was already committed. The trees closed in around me as I drove, the road narrowing until it was barely wide enough for the car. The shadows were thick, and the daylight was fading. As I rounded a bend, I saw it up ahead, the cabin. It was small, 2 stories, with a porch that sagged slightly. The wood was dark with age, and the roof was missing a few shingles. It wasn't exactly picturesque, but it was secluded, which was all I really wanted. I parked the car and stepped out into the cool air. The silence was deafening. There were no sounds of animals, no rustling of leaves in the wind, just an oppressive, lingering stillness. My skin prickled, and I tried to shake off the unease that crept up on me. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and walked up to the porch, stepping carefully over the uneven boards. The door was unlocked, which I found odd considering how remote the place was. The hinges creaked loudly as I pushed it open, and the smell of mildew hit me like a wall. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust, and the dim light coming through the windows cast long shadows across the room. There were a few old, worn pieces of furniture, a couch, a wooden table, a few chairs, but nothing too inviting. It looked like no one had lived here for years. I closed the door behind me, trying to ignore the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone. There was something unsettling about the place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the isolation. Maybe it was the fact that I didn't know the first thing about my uncle's life, and now I was here in the middle of nowhere with nothing but this old, creaky cabin to keep me company. I unpacked my things, setting up in the small bedroom upstairs. The bed was an old 4-poster, its wood scratched and chipped, and the mattress was lumpy, but it would have to do. I opened the window to let in some fresh air, but the breeze was weak, and the trees outside hardly stirred. I sighed and sat on the edge of the bed, my thoughts drifting. The sun was almost gone now, and the darkness outside felt thicker, more oppressive. I lit a lantern to give the room some warmth, but the light flickered in a way that made me uneasy. It wasn't much of a comfort, but I tried to push the feeling aside. After all, I was here to relax, to get away from the hustle of city life. I decided to explore the cabin a bit more, just to see what else was here. Downstairs, there was a small kitchen with an old wood stove and a few mismatched plates and cups. I didn't trust the stove. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but I found a kettle and filled it with water, figuring I could make tea later. The kitchen was connected to a small dining area, where a table sat beneath a window looking out over the dense woods. That's when I noticed something odd. A small door at the back of the room, partially hidden by a ragged curtain. I hadn't seen it when I first entered the cabin, but now that I was paying attention, it was hard to miss. The door was narrow and didn't look like it led anywhere important. It was old, with peeling paint and rusted hinges. Still, something about it caught my attention. My curiosity got the better of me, and I walked over to it, reaching for the handle. It was locked, but the lock looked simple, so I pulled out my keys and managed to undo it. The door creaked open with an unpleasant sound, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just close it and forget about it, but my curiosity got the best of me again, and I took a deep breath, grabbing the lantern from the kitchen and making my way down. The stairs creaked under my weight, and the air grew colder as I descended. At the bottom, the basement was dim, with only the weak glow of the lantern to guide me. The room was small, cluttered with old boxes and furniture covered in dust. But there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. In the far corner of the room was a small wooden chest. It was old, with iron bands and a heavy lock, and it looked completely out of place in the otherwise empty basement. I could feel my pulse quicken as I walked toward it, a sense of dread growing with each step. I couldn't explain why, but I had to open it. I knelt down, my fingers trembling as I fumbled with the lock. It came undone with an almost audible click, and the lid creaked open slowly. Inside, there was a bundle of old, yellowed papers, some bound with string, and a few small, weathered books. At the very top of the chest, however, was a small wooden box. It was intricately carved with strange, swirling patterns, and it felt heavy in my hands, as though it held something important. I didn't know why, but I opened the box. Inside was a small key, nothing special at first glance, just a simple brass key. But as soon as I touched it, a strange, unsettling feeling washed over me. My heart raced, and my breath became shallow. I didn't know what this key opened, but I knew that it was something I wasn't supposed to find. I quickly closed the chest and backed away, the key still clutched in my hand. The basement seemed colder now, and the shadows seemed deeper. I didn't want to be down there anymore. I hurried back up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me, and locked it. I stood in the middle of the room for a few minutes, trying to calm my breathing. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stay in that cabin any longer. Something about it didn't feel right, and I had no intention of finding out what was hidden behind that locked door in the basement. I grabbed my things, packed them hastily, and went back outside. The night had fully set in, and the stars above were the only light. I started the car and drove away, my hands gripping the wheel tightly. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I stayed at a small motel that night, far away from that cabin, and I didn't look back. I never went back to Spruce Hollow. I sold the cabin not long after, and I never spoke about it to anyone. But every once in a while, when I'm alone in the quiet of my own home, I wonder about that key. What did it open? And what would have happened if I had kept searching? But then, I remind myself that some things are better left untouched. I was 36 when I rented a small hunting cabin up in the northern hills of West Virginia, somewhere near the Monongahela National Forest. It was late October 2009. The days were getting shorter, the air was sharp, and the trees had gone from deep green to brittle red and orange. I'd taken a leave of absence from my job at a logistics company in Pittsburgh after a bad breakup. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just told work I needed a break, shut off my phone, and drove south. The cabin wasn't mine. It belonged to the uncle of a college friend. He said it was basic, no electricity, no plumbing, no cell service, and it was just a square wooden shack in the woods with a metal roof, a small porch, a narrow wood stove, and a couple of sleeping cots inside. There was a shed out back that held firewood and tools, and a composting toilet down a short trail. It sat alone on a slope surrounded by thick trees, at least a mile and a half from the nearest dirt road. I didn't mind the isolation. That was the point. I brought books, food, a camp stove, a flashlight, a battery-powered lantern, and a few other essentials. The plan was to hike, maybe hunt a little, and sleep. I wanted silence. I wanted to feel like I didn't exist for a while. I thought that would be healing. The first 3 days went by peacefully. The nights were cold, but the fire kept the cabin warm enough. I'd spend hours walking narrow deer trails, moving slow, trying to spot movement in the trees. I never saw anything more exciting than a few rabbits and a fox. Once, I watched a bald eagle swoop over a ridge in the distance. I felt small and invisible, and I liked that. But on the fourth day, things started to shift. It began with something small. I was walking back from a hike that had taken me further out than usual. I'd gone off trail and followed a stream until the sun dipped low, and I realized I was cutting it close. I turned back, moving fast through the trees, not quite running but close. It was just past dusk when I got back to the cabin. That's when I noticed the stone. A smooth, round stone sitting right on the porch rail. I hadn't put it there. I was sure of that. It wasn't there that morning. It was the kind of thing you wouldn't normally notice, but something about it made me pause. It was too perfectly round, like it had been shaped or polished. Just a little too deliberate. I picked it up, felt cold. I looked around the woods, trying to see if anything moved. Nothing. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a bird had dropped it. Maybe a squirrel had knocked it loose from somewhere above. I left it on the porch and went inside. I made a quick dinner, stoked the fire, read for a while, and tried not to think about the stone. The next morning, the stone was gone. I checked the porch rail, the steps, even the grass below. Nothing. It was just gone. It hadn't been windy. I was certain no animals could have taken it. I told myself maybe I imagined leaving it there. Maybe I had brought it inside and misplaced it. But I knew I hadn't. That was the first time I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Unease. Not fear exactly, just a vague wrongness. Like being in someone else's house without them knowing. I spent that day closer to the cabin. I chopped wood, fixed a broken shutter on the window, and cleaned out the shed. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every few minutes I'd stop and listen. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. That night, just before sleep, I thought I heard something outside. A soft, rhythmic crunching in the leaves. I sat up on the cot and killed the lantern. The fire had burned down to red coals, casting a dim glow across the cabin walls. I stayed completely still. The crunching stopped. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe more. I finally got up and peeked out the window, careful not to touch the glass. The trees stood still. No wind, no movement. I stared for a while, then went back to bed. I barely slept. The next day, I found tracks. They weren't mine. Behind the cabin, between the shed and the composting toilet, the ground was soft with fallen leaves and damp soil. I spotted the prints right away. 2 clear boot prints, deep in the mud, fresh. They were heading toward the cabin, not away from it. I bent down and studied them. Too large to be mine, longer and wider. The treads were different too. Mine had a crosshatch pattern. These had long diagonal lines like an older work boot. The prints stopped about 10 feet from the shed. There were no other tracks leading away. I followed the area around in widening circles, looking for more. Nothing. Just those 2 prints, like someone had walked straight out of the woods and vanished. I didn't want to panic. I told myself someone might be hunting nearby. Maybe they saw the cabin and got curious. Maybe they stopped to look, then left. But that didn't explain why there were no exit prints. It didn't explain why they stopped so close. That afternoon, I gathered my things and hiked back to the truck. I kept my head on a swivel the whole way. The drive down the old logging road was bumpy and slow, but I eventually reached the ranger station. It was small and empty except for one old guy behind the desk. I told him I was staying in the woods for a few days and thought I saw someone walking around the cabin. He nodded and said I probably saw a hunter. It was deer season after all. He asked if anything was stolen or damaged. I said no. He didn't seem too concerned. I didn't file a report. I bought more batteries and some extra food, then drove back up the road, slower this time, watching the tree line the whole way. When I got back to the cabin, the door was open. Not all the way, just a few inches. Enough that I saw it the moment I pulled up. I stopped the truck, turned off the engine, and just sat there for a full minute. My heart was pounding. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of that. I always latched it shut when I left, even if I wasn't gone long. I stepped out slowly and picked up the hatchet from the woodpile. The air was cold and still. I crept to the porch and peeked through the door. The inside looked untouched. The firewood was stacked by the stove, my cot was still made, and my gear was all where I left it. But there was something new. A shirt. An old, stained flannel shirt hanging from a nail on the wall. I didn't bring it. I'd never seen it before. I backed out of the cabin, heart racing, and walked the perimeter. I checked the shed. Nothing. I checked the toilet. Empty. I looked for more tracks. None. Whoever had been there was gone. But they'd left something behind. That night I didn't sleep. I locked the door, pushed the table against it, and sat with the hatchet in my lap, staring at the fire until it burned out. By morning, I'd made a decision. I was leaving. I packed everything into the truck and took one last look at the cabin. It didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like I'd been borrowing it, and the real owner was coming back. I drove slow down the road, constantly checking the rearview mirror. I was about 5 miles out when I noticed the tire wobble. I pulled over and got out. The front left tire was flat. I checked it, expecting to find a nail or a sharp rock. Instead, I found a clean, straight cut, like someone had slashed it with a knife. The gash was on the inner sidewall, almost invisible unless you crouched down. I changed the tire as fast as I could. My hands were shaking. I kept looking at the tree line, certain someone was watching me. I got back in the truck and didn't stop again until I reached a gas station 40 miles away. That night, I got a motel room and lay in bed with the TV on, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't stop thinking about the shirt, the prints, the stone, the cut tire. None of it made sense on its own, but together it felt like a message. Someone had been watching me. Someone had followed me through the woods, gotten close, walked around while I slept. They never hurt me, never stole anything, never said a word, but they wanted me to know they were there. I never went back to that cabin. I called my friend, told him to tell his uncle to change the locks. I didn't explain why. I just said it wasn't safe anymore. For weeks afterward, I felt eyes on me everywhere I went. I'd glance out the window and expect to see someone standing across the street. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and check the closet, the shower, under the bed. Eventually, the feeling faded. Life moved on. I went back to work, started dating again, tried to forget. But I never camped alone again, never hiked off trail, never turned off my phone when I left town. And sometimes, when I'm in a crowd or walking through the woods, I'll catch a glimpse of someone, just for a second, watching from a distance, wearing an old, faded flannel shirt, and I always walk the other way. I don't usually talk about what happened in the fall of 2013. It wasn't anything otherworldly or unexplainable. No ghosts or ancient curses or any of that crap. It was just something real, something that could happen to anybody, and that's what makes it hard to think about. It was supposed to be a quiet trip, just a week away from everything. I was 32, working construction in central Kentucky, burned out and looking to disconnect. I'd saved up a little cash and found a cabin up in the Daniel Boone National Forest. It was private land, off an old dirt road about 6 miles from the nearest paved one. The guy I rented it from was a friend of a friend, someone I didn't really know, but trusted enough. The cabin was small, just 1 bedroom and a wood stove. No running water, no electricity. But I liked that idea. It felt like the kind of quiet I needed. I left early on a Monday, drove about 3 hours through smaller and smaller towns, until the road just stopped pretending to be a road. I had to use 4-wheel drive for the last bit, and I was glad I'd brought my old Ford Bronco. The woods got thicker as I drove, the trees leaning over like they were trying to crowd me out. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, I just sat there for a while in the truck, taking it in. The place looked solid enough. Logs chinked tight, roof in good shape, front porch with an old rocking chair. There was a padlock on the front door and a separate shed about 30 feet behind the cabin. I found the key under a flat rock near the steps, just like I'd been told. Inside, it smelled like cedar and old smoke. There was a cot in the corner with a rolled-up sleeping bag on it, a metal stove, a wooden table, and not much else. A few old pans hung from nails on the wall. The place had been cleaned recently but not lived in. Dust still clung to the corners. I liked it that way. I hauled in my gear, mostly dry food, a couple jugs of water, propane lanterns, a hand crank radio, and a few books. I kept a pistol with me, too. I've always carried, ever since I was in the service. Nothing paranoid, just something that made me feel better out in the woods. That first day was quiet. I walked a little, stayed within a half mile of the cabin, and just got a feel for the place. The land sloped down behind the cabin toward a thick gully, then rose again into dense forest. No trails, no signs of other people. Just leaf litter, fallen trees, and squirrels rustling in the underbrush. The quiet was what I'd hoped for. No cell signal, no buzz of power lines, no sounds of the city. Just wind in the trees and the creak of the cabin when it cooled at night. I built a fire outside and cooked a simple dinner in a cast iron pan, rice and beans with a little jerky mixed in. I sat on the porch as the sun went down, listening to the forest come alive. It didn't feel creepy, not then. It just felt remote. That kind of stillness that makes your ears ring at first, until you get used to it. The next day, I explored farther out. I brought a compass and marked trees with a bit of orange flagging tape, just to make sure I didn't get turned around. The forest was old, thick with undergrowth and layers of fallen leaves. I found a small creek about a mile south, shallow and cold, with some tiny fish darting between the rocks. I filled up my filter bottle and sat for a while, just watching the water move. I saw a couple deer that day, skittish and quiet, and heard what I thought was a fox barking in the distance. When I got back to the cabin, it was still early afternoon, so I chopped some kindling and swept the inside floor just to stay busy. The first weird thing happened that night. I turned in early, tired from the hike. The cot creaked every time I moved, but eventually I drifted off. Sometime after midnight, I woke up, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling. You know how sometimes you just know something's off? I laid there listening. It was dead quiet. No wind, no insects, nothing. That wasn't normal. Even in the woods, there's always some noise, owls, crickets, something. I got up, lit the propane lantern, and stood by the window. There wasn't much to see. The trees were shadows, tall and still. The sky was cloudy, no moonlight. I pressed my ear to the wall and waited. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a bad dream, or maybe the silence had freaked me out. I went back to bed and lay there for another hour before I could sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. There was nothing, no prints, no signs of animals, nothing disturbed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I spent the day further out again, but I kept checking over my shoulder, listening harder than I should have. That night, the silence came again, but I stayed in bed. I told myself it was just part of being out here, part of being alone. The third day is when things started to go really sideways. I woke up to find the shed door open. It had been shut tight, with a rusted latch, and a cinder block leaned against the base to keep raccoons out. But now it was swung wide. Inside, the tools were still there, an old axe, some rope, a rusted saw, but something felt wrong. I didn't touch anything, just closed it again and replaced the block. Later that day, I hiked the gully behind the cabin. I found something that stopped me cold. At the base of a tree, half buried in the leaves, was an old trail camera. It was one of those hunting cams that strap to a tree and take motion-triggered photos. But this one was busted. Lens cracked, casing torn like someone had stomped on it. It didn't look like it had been there long, maybe a few weeks. I picked it up and turned it over. No batteries, no SD card. Someone had gutted it. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat inside with the lantern low, pistol on the table, and just listened. A couple times, I thought I heard movement outside, like a branch breaking or something brushing against the wall. But when I looked out, there was nothing, just trees and dark. On the fourth morning, I found boot prints behind the cabin. Not mine. I'd been careful, always wearing the same pair of hiking boots, and these weren't mine. They were bigger, heavier, and deeper, the kind of prints someone makes when they're standing still for a long time. They led from the gully to the back wall of the cabin, then disappeared. I checked my supplies, nothing missing, but it felt like a message, like someone wanted me to know they'd been there. I packed up most of my gear that day, kept a small bag ready to go, and left the rest near the door. I wanted to leave, but I didn't want to panic. It was a long drive out, and I didn't want to get stuck or lost. I figured if anything else happened, I'd be ready. That night, I kept the fire going outside, thinking the light might be a deterrent. I sat with my back to the wall, facing the trees, gun in my lap. Around 2 in the morning, I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the leaves, maybe 30 feet away, just past the edge of the firelight. I stood up, heart pounding, and aimed toward the sound. Nothing moved. The footsteps stopped. I didn't call out. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was scared. After 10 minutes, I heard them again, circling, always just beyond where I could see. I stayed out there until dawn, never moving, every muscle locked. When the sky started to lighten, I backed into the cabin and shut the door. That morning, I left. I didn't clean up, didn't pack the rest of my things. I just grabbed the bag, threw it in the truck, and tore down that trail as fast as the Bronco would handle. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. Not really. Just said I cut the trip short. About 2 weeks later, the friend who'd hooked me up with the cabin called to say the owner had found the place broken into. Tools missing from the shed, the front door kicked in. Whoever did it had smashed up the stove, ripped the mattress, left garbage everywhere. I didn't say anything. I just nodded, hung up, and poured myself a drink. I haven't been back in the woods since. Not alone. Not like that. I still hike sometimes, still camp with friends, but I stay close to roads now. Close to people. Because I know now it's not ghosts or monsters you have to worry about out there. It's people. Real people with time and hate and no reason to stop. I don't know who was out there with me or what they wanted, but I know they were watching. I know they wanted me to know. And I know that if I hadn't left when I did, I might not be here to write this down. That's the truth of it. No Hollywood ending. No twist. Just a week alone in the woods, and the slow, growing feeling that someone else was out there. Watching, waiting, and too damn quiet. I was 37 when I decided to take a break from everything and rent a cabin out in the northern part of Maine. I'd been working nonstop in construction for over a decade, mostly long hours, short deadlines, and back-to-back projects. I lived in Providence, Rhode Island, and while it was a decent place, I needed to get away from the noise and stress. My back hurt all the time, my hands were cracked and dry from years of work, and my mind just felt tired. It was late September of 2016. The weather had started cooling down, and the trees were just starting to change. I looked around for a place that was quiet, away from the roads, not near any towns. I wanted somewhere I wouldn't hear people or cars. I found a listing on a small website someone had told me about. It wasn't one of those big vacation rental sites. The place looked old but clean. One photo showed a dirt road leading up to a small wood cabin surrounded by trees and nothing else. Another photo showed the inside. A stone fireplace, wooden walls, and an old table. It was simple. No TV, no internet. I booked it for 2 weeks. The drive took most of the day. I left before sunrise and arrived sometime around 5 in the evening. The last hour of the drive was just gravel and dirt roads. My truck rattled over potholes and muddy patches. Trees on both sides leaned in, closing off the light. There were no signs, no cell signal. I followed the directions I had printed out because I couldn't trust GPS out there. When I pulled up to the cabin, I sat there for a minute with the engine running. I could hear nothing outside. No birds, no wind, no people. Just the slow tick of the cooling engine and my own breath. The cabin was smaller than I expected. One story, maybe 20 feet long, with a slanted tin roof and a small porch. The wood siding was gray and cracked. Some parts of it looked like they hadn't been painted in decades. A rusted axe leaned against the porch railing. There was a small shed about 20 yards to the left. Behind the cabin was just dense forest. Thick, dark pine trees. I stepped out and stretched my legs. The air was cold and smelled like damp leaves and old bark. I grabbed my duffel bag and walked up to the door. It wasn't locked. Inside was even smaller than it looked in the pictures. A bed, a table, a couple of chairs, the fireplace, and a tiny kitchen area with an old propane stove. There was a hand pump by the sink. No bathroom inside, just an outhouse about 40 feet out behind the shed. That first night, I unpacked what little I brought. Mostly canned food, water jugs, a few tools, a flashlight, a hunting knife, matches, and some clothes. I had a cooler of perishables and a small solar lantern. I started a fire in the fireplace and sat there in silence for hours. No phone buzzing, no emails, no traffic. I almost didn't know what to do with the quiet. I just sat there and listened to the crackling fire and the occasional creak of old wood. The first few days were peaceful. I woke up with the sun, made simple breakfasts, and walked around the woods nearby. I kept a small journal, wrote down things I saw, just to give my mind something to do. I saw deer tracks. Once I saw a fox dart through the trees. The nights were cold and silent. I didn't use the lantern much, just the fire and a few candles. Sometimes I heard things moving in the woods at night, maybe raccoons or deer. It never felt strange, just nature doing what it does. But on the fifth night, something changed. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a sound outside. It wasn't an animal. It was something heavier, slower. I lay still in the bed, listening. The fire had burned down, and the only light came from the moon through the small window. I heard the sound again. It was like someone stepping on dry leaves. Not fast, just one step, then silence. Then another, and another. It stopped right outside the cabin. My breath caught. I didn't move. I tried to convince myself it was a deer, maybe a moose, something big. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded cautious, like something walking on 2 feet. I sat up slowly and grabbed the hunting knife from the small table by the bed. I didn't light the lantern. I didn't want to let anyone, or anything, know I was awake. I stared at the door, listening. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then I heard something move behind the cabin. Slow footsteps again, crunching leaves. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I stepped outside and checked the ground. There were tracks. Not boots, bare feet, human. Someone had walked around the cabin during the night barefoot. The ground was cold. It had dropped into the 30s. There's no reason anyone would be out there without shoes. The tracks led from the woods, circled the cabin, then went back the way they came. I followed them for maybe 20 yards before they faded. I turned back and locked the door behind me, even though there wasn't much of a lock, just a simple latch. That day, I kept the knife on me the whole time. I walked less, stayed closer to the cabin. Every time a branch snapped or a bird flew off, I froze. I kept looking into the trees, expecting to see someone. That night, I stacked a chair against the door and kept the fire going. I barely slept again. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. The steps. This time they were on the porch. I could hear the wood creak under the weight. Not a single animal makes that kind of sound. It was a person. The steps moved slowly along the porch. Then they stopped near the door. For a long time, there was silence. I sat on the bed with the knife, not even breathing. I didn't know what to do. Then I heard it, the sound of someone trying the doorknob. A slow, careful turn. Then again, and again. The latch held. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I sat there until daylight. The next morning, I looked outside. The chair I had placed against the door was still there. But there was a mark on the doorknob, like someone had pressed a dirty hand against it. I stepped off the porch and looked around. More footprints, same as before, barefoot. I followed them again. This time they went behind the shed. I stood there for a while, staring at the trees. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, but I felt something, like I was being watched. I decided I couldn't stay another night without knowing what was going on. I wasn't armed, not really, just the knife. No phone, no signal. I thought about driving back, but the nearest gas station was over 40 miles away. I didn't want to drive that road in the dark, so I waited. I kept the knife and a heavy wrench with me. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner near the fireplace where I could see both the door and the window. I kept the fire low, just enough light to see shadows. Came back. Just after midnight, I heard the steps again. Soft, barefoot. The same pattern around the cabin, slow, deliberate. Then on the porch. Then at the window. This time I saw it. A face, just for a second. Pale, thin, pressed against the glass, looking in. Eyes wide open. I froze. The face vanished. I don't know how long I waited after that. Hours maybe. I never heard it leave. But I never heard it come in either. In the morning, I packed everything. I left the food, the cooler, the lantern. I just took what I could grab fast. I got in the truck and started it. The engine coughed and hesitated, like it always did in the cold. But it started. I drove without stopping. I didn't look in the mirrors. I got to a gas station around noon. I used their phone and called the owner of the cabin. He didn't answer. I left a message saying I was leaving early and would pay the full amount. I didn't mention anything else. I never heard back. For weeks, I had nightmares. I couldn't stop seeing that face in the window. Every sound at night made me jump. I moved to a new place, got an apartment in a louder part of town. For the first time, I found the sound of traffic comforting. Months later, I looked up the area online. I found an old article from 1998. A man had been arrested near that same stretch of forest. He'd been living out there for years, hiding in the woods, stealing food, watching cabins. They found journals, drawings, strange maps. He'd broken into a few places but never hurt anyone. They locked him up. There was no follow-up, no other stories, nothing about anyone else out there. But those footprints weren't from 1998. And whoever left them had been out there in 2016. Still out there, maybe, still walking barefoot in the woods, still watching. I've never gone back to the woods. Not once. Not even for a day hike. When people ask why, I just say I prefer the city now. But at night, sometimes I still wake up and check the window. I don't know what I'm looking for. I just know I don't want to see it again. Because that night, when I saw the face in the window, it wasn't surprised. It didn't look angry or confused. It looked calm, like it had been waiting, like it already knew I was going to be there, and like it would be again. Got it. Here's a long, realistic, first-person scary cabin story based on a random scenario. No fantasy, no dialogue, just pure realism and detailed description all the way through. It was September of 2016. I was 34 back then, working as a delivery driver in Spokane, Washington. My job kept me on the road constantly, and my days were long and repetitive. I'd been burning out for years without even noticing. It wasn't until my doctor warned me about my rising blood pressure and told me I needed to slow down that I realized something had to change. I wasn't married, didn't have kids, and didn't have many close friends around anymore. Most people I used to spend time with had moved on with their lives. I felt like I was stuck. So when I finally requested a 2-week break and got it approved, I didn't want to spend that time at home, scrolling through my phone or watching TV. I wanted something quiet, something far. I went online and started looking for isolated cabins in the Pacific Northwest. I didn't want a popular Airbnb with smart locks and high-end appliances. I wanted something that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Eventually, I came across a listing on a forum, just a few grainy pictures and a short paragraph written by someone claiming they had a remote cabin near the Selkirk Mountains, about 30 miles north of Sandpoint, Idaho. It wasn't on any major rental sites, and the guy who posted it just wanted someone to stay there for a bit and keep the place in shape. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no electricity, and no running water, but it had a wood stove, a clean spring nearby, and an outhouse. The pictures made it look exactly like what I was looking for. Just trees, a small clearing, and a square wooden building sitting in the middle of nowhere. I emailed the guy, and within a few days, I had the directions and a key mailed to me in a plain envelope with no return address. The key was taped inside along with a short note that just said, "Cabin's yours for as long as you want. Just leave it clean." I packed enough food to last 2 weeks, mostly canned stuff, dry rice, beans, jerky, and a big cooler of frozen meals. I brought 5 gallons of drinking water, a small filter for spring water, and enough firewood to get started in case it rained the first couple of days. I also brought a .22 rifle just in case I ran into any wildlife. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I didn't want to feel completely helpless either. I loaded up my old Ford Ranger and took off early one morning, driving for hours until I reached the last marked road on the directions. After that, it was dirt roads, bumpy, narrow, and winding through thick forest that got darker the deeper I drove. I had to stop twice to move fallen branches out of the way, and once I nearly got stuck in a muddy patch. By the time I found the clearing with the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the trees. The place looked exactly like the pictures. Old, weathered wood, a rusted metal chimney poking out of the roof, 2 small windows with wooden shutters. The door creaked when I opened it, but it didn't feel like it was falling apart. Inside, the cabin was just one room with a small loft above. There was a cast iron stove, a wooden table, a single chair, and a narrow bed with a thin mattress. Cobwebs in the corners, but the place didn't smell bad. It was cold, though. I brought everything inside, unpacked just the essentials, and started a fire in the stove to take the chill off. I boiled a pot of water and made instant coffee, even though it was almost dark. Then I stepped outside and stood on the small porch, listening to the forest. It was dead silent. No cars, no dogs, no neighbors, just wind moving through the trees and the distant call of an owl. I hadn't felt peace like that in years. That first night, I slept hard. The next few days passed in slow, quiet motion. I chopped some deadfall into firewood, hauled water from the spring about 100 yards downhill, and spent hours just walking around the woods, trying to get familiar with the area. I didn't bring a GPS or a satellite phone, just a paper map, a compass, and common sense. I didn't go too far out the first few days. I set up a perimeter in my head, and I stuck to it. The weather held steady. Highs in the 60s, lows in the 40s. Clear skies, no wind. It felt like the perfect break from my life. I read a few old books I brought, wrote in a notebook, and just sat in silence for long stretches, doing nothing. Time stretched. I forgot what day it was. But things changed on the 5th day. That morning, I walked a little farther than usual, trying to reach the edge of a ridge I'd seen on the map. It was only 1.5 miles from the cabin, but the terrain was steeper than I thought. I slipped once, scraping my palm on a rock, and had to backtrack to find a safer path. By the time I made it to the ridge, I was sweating and a little annoyed at myself for not being more careful. The view, though, made it worth it. I could see for miles, just trees and hills and nothing else. That's when I noticed something strange. Far down in a narrow valley below, maybe 1/2 mile away, I saw a shape that didn't fit. Something pale and rectangular. I squinted and tried to make it out, but it was partially hidden by trees. It didn't look natural. I figured it might be a tarp or an old shed or even a trailer. I didn't remember seeing anything on the map in that direction, but the maps I had weren't detailed. I made a mental note to check it out another day and started heading back to the cabin. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. The idea of another structure out here, so deep in the woods, made me curious but also uneasy. There was something about the shape that didn't sit right with me. It was too clean, too square. The next morning, I packed a small bag with water, a snack, and my map, and set out toward the valley. I marked trees with a knife to keep track of my path. It took me about an hour to reach the edge of the valley. As I got closer, I started to smell something sharp and sour like old garbage or rotting meat. I moved slower, keeping low, and finally reached a spot where I could see the object clearly. It was a trailer, but not the kind you tow behind a truck. It looked more like a mobile office, faded white, dented, and stained with rust. There were no signs of activity around it. No path, no vehicle, no tracks, just leaves and moss and silence. I waited a while just watching. Nothing moved. Eventually, I stepped closer, my heart thumping louder with each step. The closer I got, the stronger the smell became. I circled the trailer once, saw that the windows were blacked out with duct tape, and found the door partially open. A thin, dirty blanket hung over the opening like a curtain. I pushed it aside and looked inside. The trailer was trashed. Piles of clothes, dirty blankets, half-burnt candles, and scattered food wrappers covered the floor. There was a small mattress in the corner, stained and torn. The air was heavy with rot and mold, but what stood out the most were the photos. Dozens of photos, taped to the walls, curling at the edges. Some were black and white, others color, all printed on cheap paper. They were pictures of cabins. Some taken from far away, others through windows or door cracks. A few were taken at night using flash. Some showed people unaware going about their business. One photo caught my attention and made my skin go cold. It was a picture of the cabin I was staying in, taken from the treeline. You could see me standing on the porch drinking coffee. That meant someone had been watching me. I backed out of the trailer slowly and scanned the woods around me. Every instinct in my body was screaming. I moved fast and quiet, not even bothering to follow my marked path. I just wanted to get back. took me longer than I expected. I was shaking, my mind racing with thoughts I didn't want to think. Who had taken those photos? When were they taken? Was someone living in that trailer? Watching me now? When I reached the cabin, I didn't go inside right away. I circled it first, checking for footprints or signs of someone else. I didn't find anything. I finally locked the door behind me and sat down with my rifle, pointing it at the floor, trying to calm my breathing. That night, I didn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. The next morning, I packed everything. I wanted to leave. I didn't feel safe anymore. But when I tried to start the truck, nothing happened. The engine didn't even turn over. I popped the hood and checked the battery. It was gone. Cleanly removed. The cables were left dangling. Someone had taken it. I was stranded. I spent the rest of that day inside the cabin with the rifle, waiting and listening. Every time I thought I heard something outside, I held my breath, but nothing came. That night was the longest night of my life. The forest didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like it was watching me. The first light, I made a plan. I packed light, just water, a little food, my rifle and the map, and set off on foot down the dirt road, hoping I could reach a ranger station or at least find cell service if I got far enough. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't want to. I just walked, fast and steady, heart pounding in my chest with every step. I walked for hours. Around noon, I finally saw a pickup truck. I didn't expect this weekend to end the way it did. What was supposed to be a simple getaway to get away from the noise of city life turned into something that still haunts me. It wasn't anything like I imagined. No ghosts, no supernatural horrors, just pure, bone-chilling fear from things that could happen to anyone in a cabin in the woods. It was fall of 2023, and I was 32. My name's Evan, and I decided to take a solo trip up north to the Adirondacks. I'd rented a small, off-the-beaten-path cabin near a lake. The place had a reputation for being remote, quiet, and peaceful, which was exactly what I needed. The idea was to disconnect, get some writing done, and maybe do a little hiking. I arrived late in the afternoon after a long drive. The air was crisp and smelled of wet pine and earth. The road leading to the cabin wasn't paved, just a long, winding dirt path that I almost missed entirely. The GPS had glitched a few times, and by the time I saw the place, I wasn't sure whether I had been looking for it for too long or not long enough. The cabin was small, one story with a steep roof, surrounded by towering trees and the lake barely visible behind the brush. It looked like something out of an old postcard. There was an overgrown path leading down to the water, but I wasn't planning to visit the lake anytime soon. I was more interested in getting inside, unpacking, and making myself a hot drink to unwind. The inside of the cabin was rustic. A small fireplace on one wall, an old wooden table, mismatched chairs, and a couch that looked like it belonged in an old hunting lodge. The kitchen was basic, with a stove, fridge, and counter space that I could tell hadn't been updated in years. Still, it was cozy. It felt like the kind of place people would go to clear their heads, not have anything disturbing their thoughts. The silence was almost too much at first, just the occasional bird call and the rustling of leaves. I unpacked and set about making a cup of tea. It was still early enough that I could go for a quick walk, so I grabbed my jacket, locked the door, and stepped outside. The forest around me was dense and quiet. No sounds of animals. It wasn't like the forests I was used to. The trees were thick and packed so tightly together that sunlight barely touched the ground. Everything felt closed off, private, and peaceful. I decided to head down to the lake, hoping the water would be a nice sight before it got dark. I followed the narrow trail, the ground soft beneath my boots, and as I made my way toward the water, the forest became eerily still. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but the further I went, the more I realized the lack of wildlife. There were no chirping birds or the rustle of small animals in the bushes. The only sound was my breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. The lake itself wasn't much to look at in the fading light. The water was murky, dark, and silent. It was strange. Normally, lakes have some kind of life around them, birds, bugs, fish at the surface. But here, nothing. It was like the lake itself was holding its breath. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to take it all in, but the unease that had been building up inside me couldn't be ignored. It wasn't anything I could point to specifically, just a feeling that something wasn't right. So I turned around and started back to the cabin. The walk back should have been easy. I knew the way, but something felt off, like I wasn't alone. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were fresh, just off the trail. Big, wide prints in the soft dirt, deeper than any animal print I'd seen. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart skipped a beat. The prints were recent. They weren't from an animal. Someone had walked here, someone who had been close enough to me that I didn't hear them. I turned back toward the cabin, anxiety creeping up my spine. When I got back, I locked the door behind me. I figured I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there. The kind of feeling that comes with being watched. I spent the rest of the night inside, reading by the dim light of a lamp, trying to push the anxiety to the back of my mind. Around midnight, I heard a faint sound, something scratching at the door. I froze. The noise was so soft that for a moment, I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. I waited in silence. It came again, a light tapping sound, followed by more scratching, this time louder, more urgent. My heart raced. I crept to the door, slowly, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I didn't open it, but I pressed my ear to the wood. I could hear breathing, shallow and heavy, like someone or something was right outside. I backed away from the door, slowly moving toward the window, peering through the small gap in the blinds. There was nothing, no movement, but I knew something had been out there. It wasn't a breeze or an animal. The atmosphere outside felt heavy, thick with tension. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, listening for any sounds, but everything outside had gone quiet. The next morning, I went out for another walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. As I passed the lake again, I noticed something different. There was a long piece of rope tied to one of the trees near the water. It wasn't there the day before. I stepped closer, inspecting it, and noticed the ends of the rope were frayed, like it had been cut off recently. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Someone had been here, recently, and they had tied something to that tree. The feeling that I wasn't alone came back even stronger, and I realized then that something wasn't right in this place. It wasn't just the lake or the cabin. It was everything. I didn't stay much longer. That night, I packed my bags and left, not bothering to lock the door behind me. As I drove down that winding dirt road, I glanced back at the cabin in the rearview mirror. There were no footprints in the dirt anymore. No sign anyone had been there except for what I had seen the day before. I made it back home without incident, but the unease never left me. I still think about that trip sometimes. That feeling, the sense that something was lurking in the woods, waiting for me to turn my back. I don't know what was going on at that cabin, but I do know one thing. I'll never go back. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway. Just me, my sister, and her boyfriend, John. We needed to escape the city for a while. My sister had found a cabin on the edge of a national park, deep in the woods. The listing had been clear. It was old, rustic, but well kept. It promised the sort of solitude we craved. A chance to leave behind the constant buzz of the world and enjoy some time in nature. I didn't expect anything more than that. But from the moment we pulled up to the cabin, I knew something was off. We arrived just before sunset, the trees heavy with the golds and oranges of a late autumn evening. The cabin was exactly as the listing had promised. Weathered wood, a crooked chimney, surrounded by dense forest. But there was a strange stillness to it. Not the kind of peaceful quiet you get when you're far from city noise, but something more suffocating. The trees seemed to stand too still, as though they were holding their breath. "Looks like we're the only ones here," John said, unloading the bags from the trunk of the car. He smiled, but I could see the tension in his eyes. He wasn't much for the outdoors, and I think he felt the same unease that was creeping up on me. We unpacked and made our way inside. The door creaked loudly as I opened it, a sound that echoed too long for my liking. Inside, The cabin had the distinct smell of old wood and stale air. The living room was sparsely furnished. An old leather sofa, a couple of chairs, and a fireplace. The kitchen was basic, with a small stove and an old fridge that hummed like it had been around since the 70s. But what struck me the most were the walls, covered in dark, faded wallpaper that looked like it hadn't been changed in decades. I tried to shake the feeling of unease, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. We set our bags down and started unpacking. John went to the fridge to check for supplies, while my sister, Anna, busied herself with finding the firewood outside. I decided to take a quick walk around the cabin to stretch my legs. As I stepped outside, the temperature had already dropped significantly. The sun was gone, and the trees were cast in shadow. The woods stretched on in every direction, so thick that I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the edge of the property. There was a small creek behind the cabin, the sound of water flowing gently over rocks. For a moment, I felt like I could relax, but then I noticed something odd. There was a small trail, barely visible, leading into the forest. It was well worn, as if someone had walked it regularly. I wasn't sure why it caught my attention at first. Maybe it was because it didn't look like it belonged there. The forest around the cabin was thick with trees and underbrush, but this trail was clear, almost unnatural in its path. I glanced back at the cabin. Anna and John were inside, settling in, their voices muffled by the walls. I knew I should go back inside and join them, but something about the trail tugged at me. I had to know where it went. Against my better judgment, I started down the path. The trail wound its way deeper into the woods, curving around trees and disappearing behind thick bushes. It was eerily quiet, not even the chirp of a bird or rustling of leaves, just the sound of my footsteps on the damp earth. The air was colder now, the shadows deeper. After about 10 minutes of walking, I came to a clearing. At the center of it was an old shed. It looked abandoned, the wooden slats leaning at odd angles, some of them missing entirely. There was no door, just an open, gaping hole. My first thought was that it must have been here for years, maybe even decades. I had no idea why I had come this far, but there was something about it that kept me rooted to the spot. I stepped closer, the ground beneath my feet soft and spongy. The smell of decay hit me then, musty, moldy, and worse, like something had rotted inside. I glanced around, expecting to see animals or even people, but the clearing was completely empty. There was no sign of life, only the shed and the silence. I hesitated at the entrance, peering inside. It was too dark to see anything clearly, but I could make out old, dusty furniture shoved against the walls. Felt wrong, like this place wasn't just abandoned, it had been left in a hurry. I took a step back, deciding to leave, but something caught my eye. On the floor, near the center of the shed, was a pile of dirt. It wasn't just any dirt. It looked disturbed, as though someone had recently dug something up. My heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down my spine. I didn't want to look closer, but I couldn't stop myself. I took another step forward, my eyes fixed on the pile. And then, as if drawn by some unseen force, I crouched down and reached out to touch it. The moment my fingers brushed against the earth, I heard a noise. It was soft at first, a whispering sound that seemed to come from all around me. I froze. I knew then that I wasn't alone. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend getaway, just me and my best friend, Jamie. We'd been planning it for months, ever since the weather started to turn cold and we wanted to escape the city for a while. We booked a small, rustic cabin up in the mountains of western Montana, the kind that was miles away from anything resembling civilization. It was an isolated spot, the perfect place to unwind. We arrived on a Friday evening in late October, just as the last traces of daylight were slipping behind the peaks. The air had a crisp bite to it, and the scent of pine trees was strong. I remember thinking it smelled fresh, clean, almost like a new start. The cabin was older, built with logs that had weathered more than a few winters, but it had a certain charm. The kind of charm you only find in places that have been left alone by time. There were a few oddities, though. The windows were smaller than I expected, covered with thick curtains that I couldn't help but tug open when I first saw them. And the door was heavy. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just old. We got the fire going in the stone fireplace, unpacked our things, and sat down to a simple dinner of pasta and bread. That first night was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that gnaws at your mind after a while. I kept hearing little sounds, like the creaking of the cabin settling, but it wasn't just the usual noises of an old building. It was more than that, like there was something outside or something inside. I could never place it. And Jamie, she seemed to notice it too. She kept glancing at the windows, and every time she got up to move around, her footsteps seemed louder than normal, as if she was trying to avoid making any noise at all. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. I tried to sleep, but the quiet was so thick, it felt suffocating. I could hear the wind howling outside, but inside, there was no escape from the silence. I tossed and turned, eventually falling into an uneasy sleep. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that I woke up, startled. The fire in the living room had died down, but there was something else. A sound, a tapping, light at first, almost like a bird pecking against the window. I told myself it was just the wind, but then the tapping grew louder, and it didn't stop. It was rhythmic, too precise to be just nature. It was a deliberate sound. I rolled out of bed, heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was dark, and the only light came from the pale glow of the moon filtering through the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the window, careful not to make a sound. There was nothing out there. The tapping had stopped. I stood there for a moment, staring into the empty wilderness, trying to steady my breath. When I turned back around, I saw Jamie standing in the doorway of the room, her eyes wide and staring, like she had been standing there for a while. She hadn't said anything, but the look on her face said everything. She was as unsettled as I was. The rest of that night was uneventful, but I could tell neither of us slept well. The next morning, we tried to brush off the weirdness. It had been a long drive, and we figured the cabin just had a way of messing with your head. We decided to take a hike up the mountain to clear our minds. The hike was gorgeous. The view from the top was breathtaking, with the golden light of the late autumn sun illuminating the valley below. We spent a couple of hours up there, but even then, something didn't feel right. The air felt still, almost unnaturally so, and we hadn't seen a single other soul since we arrived. It was like the world had shut itself off from us. When we made it back to the cabin, the mood had shifted. The unease from the night before lingered in the air, thick and palpable. That evening, we decided to light a big fire and keep ourselves busy with a few board games, trying to shake off the oppressive feeling. Around 8 p.m., just as the last of the daylight faded, we heard a noise again. This time, it wasn't just tapping, it was scratching. Faint at first, but then it grew louder, more persistent. It was coming from the walls. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel trapped in the walls, but the longer it went on, the more I doubted that explanation. Animals don't scratch like that, not for hours. Jamie was visibly shaken. I could tell she was trying to hide it, but I saw her look at the door a few times, her eyes darting toward it as if waiting for something to come through. We ended up getting the flashlight again and checking every corner of the cabin, searching for a way an animal could have gotten inside. But there was nothing. No sign of a hole, no tracks, no nothing. It was like the scratching was coming from inside the wood itself. By now, we were both a little unnerved, but I still couldn't bring myself to believe anything supernatural was going on. It had to be a logical explanation, right? But as the night dragged on, that little voice in the back of my head kept getting louder, telling me something was very wrong. The scratching never stopped. When it was close to midnight, I decided to step outside to get some air. I don't know why, but I needed to. The cabin felt stifling, like the walls were closing in on me. I stepped out into the night, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. The wind had died down, but the forest felt alive in a way that unsettled me. I walked a little ways from the cabin, trying to steady my nerves. That's when I heard it. A loud crash, a noise so violent, I jumped out of my skin. I turned toward the cabin, my heart racing, but I couldn't see anything. My first thought was that something had fallen inside, but then I heard it again. The scratching, but now it was louder. It wasn't just the walls. It was the door. Something was on the other side. I rushed back inside, my breath shallow, and when I pushed open the door, I was met with an icy draft. The fire was low, and the cabin seemed darker than I remembered. My flashlight caught something strange, a trail of small, dark marks leading toward the door, almost like claw marks. I told Jamie we had to leave. I didn't care about the hike or the quiet weekend anymore. Something was wrong with this place. She didn't argue. We packed up quickly, throwing everything into the car. As I slammed the trunk shut, I felt it again, the feeling of being watched. I glanced back at the cabin. There was something in the window. I couldn't tell what, but I knew it wasn't just the reflection of the trees. It was something else. We drove away in silence, the wheels crunching on the gravel road as we sped down the mountain. I didn't look back, but I could feel it in my gut. I don't know what happened in that cabin, but whatever it was, it stayed there. As we passed through the last stretch of trees, I finally felt like I could breathe again. The weight that had been pressing on my chest for hours started to lift. It was over. We were safe. We never spoke about the cabin again, but I still think about it. Every now and then, when I'm alone, I catch myself staring at dark corners or listening for strange sounds. I tell myself it was just a bad experience, that I was tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. But I know something happened there, something I'll never be able to explain. The cabin is still there, waiting for someone else to come along, unaware of what lies in the quiet woods, behind the closed doors and the walls that never quite settle. And I hope no one ever finds out. It was a cold, late October afternoon when I decided to take a break from the constant buzz of my life. The city had been draining me, and the constant noise, people, and distractions never seemed to stop. I needed silence, space, and time to think. The cabin, tucked away in the woods outside of a small town in Oregon, seemed like the perfect place to reset. A simple retreat, far away from any reminders of work, social obligations, or even technology. I arrived at the cabin just after dusk, the trees around it standing like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the wind. The place wasn't much, just a small, rustic structure made of old timber, the kind you see in movies, with a stone chimney that emitted the faintest puff of smoke. There were no neighbors nearby, no signs of life except for the occasional bird call or rustle in the underbrush. It was perfect. I grabbed my bag from the trunk, slamming the door behind me. The cold air bit at my skin, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The smell of pine was thick in the air, earthy and fresh. As I made my way up the short, gravel path to the cabin, the crunch of my boots against the stones was the only sound. I felt strangely calm, the weight of the world slowly lifting from my shoulders. The inside was exactly as I expected. A small living room with a stone fireplace, a couple of mismatched chairs, a wooden coffee table, and an old plaid couch. The kitchen had the essentials: a gas stove, a sink, and a small refrigerator. Upstairs, there was a loft with a bed and an old wooden dresser. I could already imagine myself here, sitting by the fire at night with a book in hand, maybe a cup of tea by my side, nothing to do but unwind. The first thing I did was light the fire. It crackled and popped as the dry logs caught flame, casting warm, flickering light across the room. I set my bag down on the table and went to unpack the small amount of food I brought with me. Canned beans, some rice, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of water. Simple stuff. I didn't need anything extravagant. The thought of a quiet evening alone was enough. It was only after I had settled in, the fire roaring comfortably in the background, that I noticed something odd. The cabin, despite its cozy appearance, seemed unnervingly silent. I didn't hear the usual sounds you'd expect. No distant hum of cars on the road, no rustling of animals in the trees. It was as if the world outside had simply stopped. The silence felt almost thick, like it was pressing in on me. I shook it off, thinking it was just the isolation, the stillness of the woods, the kind of quiet you rarely get to experience in everyday life. After eating a small dinner, I decided to take a walk around the area, hoping to clear my head even further. The sun was setting, casting a muted orange glow over the forest as I made my way along the narrow trail that wound through the trees. The air was crisp and refreshing, the kind of cold that made you feel awake and alert. With every step I took, I could feel the weight of the world lift more and more. But then, halfway through my walk, I began to notice something strange. It was subtle at first, just a slight shift in the atmosphere. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was a change. The wind seemed to pick up, rustling the leaves in a way that felt different. The trees swayed, but not as they had before. It felt like they were moving in a coordinated, unnatural way, as though they were reaching for me, urging me to go back. I stopped walking and turned back toward the cabin, feeling a growing unease settle in my stomach. The feeling intensified with each step I took, like I was being watched, like something unseen was lurking just beyond the trees. The rustling of the leaves was louder now, as if something was pushing through the underbrush, moving in sync with me. I quickened my pace, my heart beginning to race. When I finally reached the cabin, I bolted the door behind me and leaned against it for a moment, breathing heavily. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But there was a gnawing feeling in the back of my mind that I couldn't shake. Something was off, and it wasn't just the silence. The rest of the evening was uneventful, at least on the surface. I spent some time by the fire, reading a book and trying to relax, but I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of discomfort that lingered. I tried to push it aside, telling myself that it was just the isolation getting to me. But deep down, I knew there was something wrong. When I finally turned in for the night, the unease had only grown. The cabin creaked in the wind, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch unnaturally long. The bed felt too small, the air too still. I lay there, staring up at the wooden beams above me, listening to the wind howl outside. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was on the verge of hearing something. Footsteps, a knock at the door, the faintest whisper. But when I would open my eyes, there was nothing there. No movement, no sound, just the same oppressive silence. Around 3 a.m., I heard it, a soft thud, almost imperceptible, coming from downstairs. My heart leaped into my throat, and I held my breath, straining to listen. Another thud, this time louder, followed by a faint scraping sound. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Could have been the wind, the house settling, anything. But something deep inside me told me it wasn't. I got out of bed, my feet cold against the wooden floor. I crept down the stairs as quietly as I could, the house seeming to groan under the weight of each step. The fire had burned low, casting only faint light across the room. I reached the bottom of the stairs, standing in the dark living room, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. Nothing seemed out of place. The door was still bolted shut. The windows were locked. I walked slowly toward the kitchen, looking for any sign of a break-in or disturbance, but the place seemed undisturbed. I paused, feeling a chill crawl down my spine, and then there it was again, another thud coming from upstairs. Panic gripped me, and I sprinted up the stairs, every creak of the wood beneath me making my heart skip a beat. The second I reached the top, I froze. The door to the loft bedroom was wide open, but I distinctly remembered closing it before I went to bed. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, staring at the open door, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then, I heard it, a soft, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. My eyes shot toward the bed, where the blanket had been thrown off, and the room seemed colder than before. I took a tentative step forward, my legs trembling with each movement. Another drag, this time louder, closer. That's when I saw it. Something dark, hunched over on the floor near the bed, its face obscured by the shadows. It wasn't human, not fully at least. It looked almost like a person, but its proportions were wrong. Too long, too thin. Its arms were stretched out unnaturally, its fingers scraping the floor as it dragged itself toward me. I couldn't move. My body was frozen in terror, my mind screaming for me to run, but my legs refused to obey. The thing in front of me stopped, its head tilting up, revealing its face, a twisted, grotesque mockery of a human being. Its eyes were wide, unblinking, and dark as coal. I don't remember how I got out of that room. I don't remember running down the stairs or grabbing my bag, but the next thing I knew, I was outside, stumbling through the woods in nothing but my pajamas, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold air stung my skin, but it didn't matter. I needed to get away from the cabin, away from whatever that thing was. I don't know how far I ran or how long I was out there. My legs ached, my breath was sharp, but I didn't stop until I stumbled across a small road. A car passed by, and I flagged it down, desperate to get out of there. The driver, an older man, gave me a strange look but let me into the car. I didn't explain myself. I didn't need to. I've never been back to that cabin. It's been years now, but the memory of that thing still haunts me. I'm not sure what it was or why it was there, but I know one thing for certain. I will never, ever go back. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend, a break from everything. I had rented a cabin deep in the woods for a little solitude. Just me, my thoughts, and the crackle of the fire. The cabin was small, tucked away among towering pine trees, miles from the nearest town. The brochure had promised it would be an idyllic retreat, perfect for getting away from the noise of everyday life. No cell service, no distractions, just peace. I didn't realize how much I would need that peace until I arrived. The place was isolated, which was exactly what I wanted, but there was something unsettling about it. The driveway was long, winding, and barely wide enough for my car. At the end of it stood the cabin, weathered and old, with the kind of creaking porch that made you feel like the place had been standing for decades or centuries. It looked like something from a forgotten time, a place where stories had been buried, waiting to be uncovered. I wasn't scared at first, though, just tired, the kind of exhaustion that you can't shake off. I had been working nonstop for weeks, and I thought I would feel better once I was away from everything. So, I parked my car in front of the cabin, grabbed my bags, and walked inside. The door creaked open with a low groan. Dust hung in the air, and the wooden floors seemed to moan under each step I took. There was an odd smell, like a mix of old wood and something musty. The place felt lived in despite its age. It was clean, but not immaculate. The kind of cabin where you could tell someone had spent a lot of time trying to keep things in order, but the natural decay of time had other plans. It was cozy in its own way, though. A small kitchen with a worn but functional stove. A stone fireplace that looked like it had been used recently. And a single bed, tucked away in the corner of the room, covered with a thick quilt that smelled like pine. I unpacked my bags and set up for the night. It was early, but the sky had started to darken, and I figured I might as well make use of the fireplace while I could. The logs were stacked by the hearth, and there was kindling already set up. I lit the fire with a match, and soon the room was filled with the warmth of crackling wood. The light from the fire flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the walls. The flames seemed to breathe, alive in their own way. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, trying to push aside the thoughts that had been following me for weeks. I hadn't realized how much tension I was holding in my shoulders until I felt it start to melt away, the heat from the fire making everything feel just a little more bearable. The only sound was the fire crackling and the occasional gust of wind brushing against the cabin's windows. But as the hours passed, a strange feeling crept over me. It wasn't fear, at least not at first. More like unease. The longer I sat in that room, the more aware I became of the silence outside. It was so absolute, it felt suffocating. No animals, no rustling leaves, no distant sounds of civilization. Nothing, just the wind whispering through the trees. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was normal. The cabin was isolated, after all, but the silence grew heavier, almost oppressive. I decided to get up and explore, thinking it would help distract me from the creeping sensation that I wasn't alone in the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight from the bag and went outside onto the porch, the cold air hitting my skin like a slap. The wind had picked up, bending the trees in strange directions. It was darker than I thought, the shadows so deep that I couldn't see much beyond the porch. The flashlight beam sliced through the blackness, revealing only the forest and the narrow trail that led deeper into the woods. I had read about hiking trails nearby, but I wasn't planning on exploring them tonight. Instead, I stood there for a moment, listening to the wind and the rustling trees, trying to shake off the feeling that something was off. I walked around the cabin, checking the area, even though I knew there wasn't much to see. The porch creaked under my feet, and the logs of the cabin groaned, almost as if it were alive. There were no signs of animals, no prints, no nests, no nothing. Just the empty space of the woods surrounding me. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and set the deadbolt with a click that sounded too loud in the silence. I tried to settle again by the fire, but the unease remained. My eyes kept darting to the windows, where the shadows seemed to stretch and sway, as if they were alive. I kept telling myself it was the wind, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Around midnight, I heard it, a soft thud. At first, I thought it was just a tree branch falling or an animal scurrying in the woods. But then, there was another thud, closer this time. And then, another. It sounded like it was coming from just outside the cabin, as if someone or something was walking around. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. There was no way. No one could be out there. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and I was in the middle of nowhere. Still, the thudding continued, slow and deliberate, like footsteps. I grabbed the fireplace poker from the hearth, my heart pounding in my chest. The thuds grew louder, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something wasn't right. Then I heard the scratching. It started softly, almost like nails on wood. But as the seconds passed, it grew more frantic. The sound scraped against the walls, like someone was dragging something long and heavy across the side of the cabin. I could feel the vibrations in the floor, in my bones. The noise seemed to come from every direction at once. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would stop, hoping it wasn't real. But when I opened them, I saw something in the window, a shadow. It wasn't just a shadow of a tree or a passing animal. This one was too human in shape, too distinct. A figure, tall and thin, standing just outside the glass. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a person, standing motionless, staring at the cabin. Couldn't breathe. I dropped the poker. Took everything in me to move. My legs felt like they were made of stone, but I managed to stagger toward the door. The thudding had stopped. The scratching was gone. But that figure, it was still there, standing in the dark, watching. I unlocked the door slowly, every muscle in my body screaming at me to run. But I had to know. I had to see. I stepped outside, heart racing, the cold air biting at my skin. The figure was gone. Nothing but the emptiness of the woods. I stayed outside for what felt like an eternity, not daring to move, not daring to go back inside. But eventually, the night grew quiet again. The air settled. The trees stopped swaying. The cabin, silent once more, seemed to breathe with me. When I finally went back inside, I locked every door and window, and I sat in front of the fire. I didn't sleep that night, couldn't. But the next morning, the strange feeling remained. The thuds, the scratching, the figure, nothing about it made sense. But it didn't matter. I had stayed the night, and I was leaving, and I would never return. As I packed my bags and got into my car, I looked back at the cabin one last time. Stood there, silent, waiting. But I didn't look long. I started the engine, drove down the winding road, and didn't look back. I never spoke about what happened. No one would have believed me anyway. But I knew the truth. I wasn't alone in that cabin. And whatever it was still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway. Just me, the woods, and some time to myself. I'd never taken a solo trip like this before, but the cabin had looked perfect online. Quiet, remote, and isolated enough to escape the noise of my everyday life. I wasn't really one for socializing anyway, so the idea of being alone in the forest was perfect for clearing my mind. I needed it. Life had been chaotic, work, relationships, personal stuff. I needed to hit pause, so I rented this cabin on the edge of a small forest in central Michigan. The year was 2023. The drive there had been smooth, long stretches of road flanked by trees. I didn't mind the quiet, though. In fact, I welcomed it. The kind of quiet that only comes when you're far away from everything. The only sounds were the hum of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional distant bird call. I was almost there, and I could feel myself relaxing, letting go of all the tension that had been building up over the last few months. The cabin wasn't fancy, but that's exactly what I wanted. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, a deck with a view of the trees. It had everything I needed for the next few days. It was old, probably built in the 80s, and had a few creaks here and there, but nothing that would make you feel like it was falling apart. It was charming in its own way. As I unpacked my bags in the front hall, I couldn't help but admire how quiet it was. No traffic, no chatter, no noise at all. Just me and the woods. I set up in the living room, stoked a fire, and made myself a cup of coffee. I hadn't planned any big hikes or adventures. Just wanted to sit back and read. Maybe catch up on some writing. I'd done enough research to know there were a couple of trails nearby, but I wasn't in any rush to explore them. The idea of just sitting still for once felt like luxury. The first night passed without incident. I had a dinner of leftovers, read for a bit, and then settled in front of the fire to relax. By the second day, I was starting to feel more at home. The quiet was still comforting, but something had shifted. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. There were no strange sounds, no odd movements, but there was an undercurrent, a vague sense that someone or something was out there watching. I shrugged it off at first. It was just the isolation getting to me, I thought. The woods could do that to a person. Still, I couldn't help but check the locks on the doors and windows before bed, just in case. The third day was when things started to get weird. It had been raining in the morning, a light drizzle that turned into a heavy downpour by the afternoon. The cabin seemed to settle deeper into the forest as the rain soaked the earth around it. The kind of downpour where everything outside turns into a blur of water and mist. I stayed inside, curled up in a chair near the window, watching the rain pour down in sheets. I had just finished another cup of coffee when I noticed something strange. There was a set of footprints in the mud outside. At first, I thought it was just the rain making everything look odd, but as I looked closer, I could see that the prints were fresh. They were clear, deep imprints in the mud that led from the tree line toward the cabin. My heart rate quickened. I was certain I hadn't seen anyone outside since I'd arrived, and I hadn't heard a car or any sounds of another person. I hadn't even noticed any other cars in the area when I arrived. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the road to the cabin had been deserted when I made my way here. So whose footprints were those? I stood up, cautiously walking over to the door. The prints weren't animal tracks. They were too big, too deliberate. Someone had been walking there recently, and they'd come from the trees, heading straight toward the cabin. I couldn't make sense of it. The path they took led up to the porch, right to the front door, but there was no sign of anyone around. I checked the windows to make sure no one was hiding nearby, but all I could see were the trees, rain, and the blurred outline of the driveway. Nothing out of place. I wasn't sure what to do. The logical thing would have been to lock everything up tight and stay inside. But the sense of unease had only grown. Something wasn't right, and I felt like I needed to find out what it was. Against my better judgment, I grabbed my jacket and went outside, stepping carefully into the mud to examine the prints. They led to the cabin and then seemed to disappear, as if the person had just vanished. I walked around the cabin, inspecting the ground, but I couldn't find any other evidence of someone being there. No signs of movement, no other tracks. It was as if the footprints had just appeared. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind raced with the possibility that someone had been in the area, someone I hadn't noticed. The silence was suffocating. The wind outside seemed to whisper, and every little creak in the cabin made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard a tap at the window, but when I got up to look, there was nothing there. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but the uneasy feeling stuck with me. I debated leaving, but the thought of driving down those empty roads didn't sit well with me. There was something about the cabin, the woods, that kept me tethered to the place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was nearby. I spent most of the day trying to distract myself, hiking the trails that crisscrossed the woods, but every step I took only made me feel more paranoid. The woods were too quiet, too still. No animals, no birds, just the sound of my footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. By the time the sun started setting, I was more on edge than ever. The air was thick with humidity, and a fog was starting to roll in, wrapping the trees in a ghostly veil. As I made my way back to the cabin, I saw something that made my stomach drop, a dark shape moving just beyond the tree line. It was too far to make out details, but I saw enough to know it wasn't a deer or any animal I recognized. It was human. My heart pounded in my chest as I quickened my pace, practically running back to the cabin. I bolted the door behind me and turned off all the lights, staying crouched in the shadows, watching through the window. The figure didn't come closer. It just stood there, motionless, on the edge of the tree line, staring at the cabin. I didn't know how long I watched that figure. Minutes? Hours? Felt like an eternity. And then, as if it had read my mind, the figure turned and walked back into the trees, disappearing into the mist. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, locked in the cabin, listening for any sound, any movement. But there was nothing, only the sound of the wind and the occasional creak of the house. I couldn't explain what I'd seen. Maybe it was a person hiking, or maybe it was something else. I didn't know. All I knew was that I couldn't stay here any longer. The next morning, I packed up my things and left, not bothering to check the cabin for any signs of forced entry or disturbances. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to get out of there. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the trees. When I got back home, I did some research on the area. I found nothing to explain what happened. No reports of anyone living nearby. No strange disappearances. It was as if the whole thing never happened. But I knew what I saw. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I'll never go back to that cabin again. The thought of those footprints, leading right up to my front door, still haunts me. Who had been out there? What did they want? And the most terrifying thought of all, what if they're still out there, waiting? I was 35 the year I decided to take a week off work and head out to the cabin on Rock Hill. It wasn't a fancy place, just an old wooden cabin tucked deep in the hills about 2 hours north of Knoxville, Tennessee. The road to get there was narrow and winding, full of potholes and blind curves. You had to really want to be out there to deal with it. The cabin had belonged to my Uncle Ray, who passed it down to me when he died in 2015. He built it himself in the early 80s with his bare hands, using leftover timber from an old sawmill that used to operate nearby. It didn't have running water or electricity, just a wood stove, a hand pump for water about 30 yards downhill, and an outhouse tucked in the trees. The whole place was surrounded by forest, and the only way in was a gravel trail wide enough for one truck at a time. I used to go up there with him sometimes when I was a kid. He was a strange, quiet man who never married or had kids. He worked in construction and saved every penny. He lived simple and died simple. When I inherited the place, I didn't do much to it. I didn't really want to change anything. It still had that heavy, dusty smell like old books and smoke. Felt like him. I liked going up there sometimes to get away from everything. No cell service, no noise, no people. Just trees and time. This particular trip was in late October 2022. I had burned through most of my vacation days and wanted to use them before the year ended. I packed up my truck with enough food for a week. Mostly canned stuff, rice, some jerky, a few potatoes, and coffee. I brought a small gas-powered generator too, just in case I needed it for charging my phone or running a light for a few minutes. I had a shotgun for protection, though I'd never had to use it. Not against people, anyway. There were bears in the area, but they usually kept to themselves. I got there around mid-afternoon on a Wednesday. The air was crisp, leaves already turning red and orange. I unlocked the old padlock on the front door and stepped inside. Everything was as I'd left it that summer, dusty but intact. I opened all the windows to air it out, then set about getting the stove going. It took a few tries, but I eventually got a fire crackling and the cabin warmed up quickly. The first 2 days were uneventful. I spent the time splitting wood, reading, and walking the trails. I didn't see a single person or car. At night, it got pitch black out there. The kind of black where your own hand disappears in front of your face. I liked it, though. It made everything feel far away. My mind slowed down out there. But on Friday, something changed. That morning, I went out early to the stream about a half-mile down the hill. There was a bend where the water pooled deeper, and I sometimes went there to sit and think. When I got there, I noticed something strange. A cigarette, but on the edge of the rocks. Still fresh. I don't smoke, and I hadn't seen any sign of other people. I looked around the trees and listened. Nothing. Just the wind and the water. I figured maybe someone had come through the area and stopped briefly. Hunters or hikers, maybe. I didn't like it, but it wasn't impossible. Still, it put me on edge. I picked up the butt with a stick and tossed it into the water. Then I went back to the cabin and made a mental note to keep the shotgun loaded. That night, I heard something outside around 1:30 a.m. It wasn't loud, just soft crunching, like someone stepping on dry leaves. The fire had died down, and I was lying in bed half asleep. I thought maybe it was a raccoon or deer. I sat up, listened harder. There it was again. A step, then a pause. Then another. Closer this time. I didn't have any lights on, but the moonlight was enough to see through the cracks in the wood. I got up slowly, grabbed the shotgun from beside the door, and stood still, waiting. The steps stopped. I waited 5 minutes, then 10. Nothing. Eventually, I climbed back into bed, gun within reach. I didn't fall back asleep for a long time. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing. No prints, no marks, no signs anyone had been there. I kept telling myself it was probably just an animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been out there, watching. I skipped my usual walk that day and stayed close to the cabin. Every noise made me jump. Around sunset, I heard an engine in the distance. I stepped out onto the porch and waited. After about 5 minutes, I saw headlights bouncing through the trees. A small, beat-up Jeep rolled up the trail and stopped maybe 40 yards from the cabin. The engine cut and the lights went out. I stood there, holding the shotgun low but ready. Nobody got out. I waited. Then the engine started again, and the Jeep backed up slowly, then turned and drove away the way it came. I stood there another 10 minutes, not moving. That night, I barely slept. The next day, Saturday, I was packing my stuff. I wasn't going to stick around any longer. Something was wrong, and I didn't want to find out what. I loaded everything back into the truck, locked the cabin, and started back down the trail around noon. About a mile out, I saw tire tracks in the mud that hadn't been there when I came in. Not just mine, others deeper and fresher. Someone had been through there, maybe even the night before. I drove faster, checking the rear view more than usual. I made it out to the main road and started heading south. I didn't relax until I saw the highway signs again. I got back home to Knoxville late that evening. I unpacked only what I needed and left the rest in the truck. I took a long shower and tried to clear my head. Maybe it had been nothing. Maybe I had let my imagination get the best of me. But then I checked the cabin camera. See, I'd installed a cheap trail camera above the front door about a year ago. I didn't even think about it while I was out there. It ran on motion detection and stored everything on a micro SD card. I took it out of the truck, plugged it into my laptop, and started scrolling through the images. Most of it was just birds or squirrels, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. 2 nights before I left, around 3 a.m., the camera caught something. A figure standing just at the edge of the porch, not facing the camera, but turned slightly to the side. He was wearing a hooded jacket, and I could see part of his face in the moonlight. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching the door. The next frame showed him closer, right in front of the camera, reaching up. Then nothing. He must have noticed the lens and knocked it off or covered it. I sat there for a long time, just staring at the screen. I reported it to the local sheriff, but there wasn't much they could do. The cabin was too remote. No way to know who it was or where they went. No license plate, no real lead. I didn't go back for months. When I finally did, it was only to board the place up. I took everything I wanted, then nailed the door shut and chained the gate. I haven't been back since. I don't know what that man wanted or how long he'd been watching. Maybe he was just a drifter, or maybe he was looking for someone to rob or worse. All I know is something about the way he moved, the way he stood there in the dark like he'd done it before. It stuck with me, still does. I still get nervous out in the woods. I still keep a loaded shotgun under the bed. And I never, ever go anywhere without checking for tire tracks now. Some places are better left alone, and some people are better off staying in the city. I was 36 when I finally took a real break from my job. I'd been working in a manufacturing plant near Muncie, Indiana, for over a decade. The place ran like a pressure cooker. 12-hour shifts, barely a minute to breathe, supervisors always behind your back. I lived alone in a small rented house on the edge of town, just me and a radio that played more static than songs. I'd saved up time off for years, and that fall I decided to cash it in. I didn't want to go far or spend much. No beaches, no fancy hotels. I wanted quiet, somewhere I could sit and not hear anything but wind and maybe a few birds. I remembered an old family friend once mentioning a hunting cabin his grandfather built back in the 60s, up north near the edge of the Hoosier National Forest. Said it wasn't anything fancy, just a shack really, but still solid. I called him up, asked if he still had it. He did, and he was more than happy to let me use it. It was early October when I packed up my old Ford Ranger with some supplies. Cans of stew, bottled water, a camp stove, some tools, a cot, and a few books I hadn't gotten around to reading. I also brought a .22 rifle, more out of habit than need. I used to hunt when I was younger, before work took over everything. It had been years since I'd fired a gun, but something about heading into the woods alone made me want it nearby. The cabin was about 3 hours away, tucked in a dense part of the forest, off a gravel road that felt like it hadn't seen a truck in years. My tires kicked up thick clouds of dust as I crept along, and branches scratched along the sides of the truck. I had to slow to a crawl a few times where the path dipped low or stones jutted up. There weren't any signs or markers. I had to follow handwritten directions the guy had given me. Turn left at the fallen sycamore, go 2 miles past the creek, watch for the split in the trail where the boulder looks like a turtle. Real backwoods stuff. Eventually, I saw it. The cabin sat in a small clearing at the base of a slope that rose sharply behind it. It was all weathered wood, dark with age and rot, but still standing strong. A rusted stovepipe stuck out of the roof, and the door was just a plank of thick pine with a latch. No lock, just a latch. The windows were dusty, covered in spiderwebs. I stepped out of the truck and stood there a while, just listening. No cars, no people, just wind and trees. Exactly what I wanted. I unloaded my gear and set up inside. There was one room with a small wood-burning stove, a crooked table, and a few old chairs. A cot folded up in the corner, which I pulled out and set up near the stove. A stack of old firewood leaned against the back wall, and a pile of kindling sat in a rusty tin bucket. Smelled like mildew and earth, but not in a bad way, just natural. I spent that first day getting settled, stacking my canned food in a crate, checking for leaks in the roof, found none, and walking a bit of the area. The trees were thick and tall, their leaves already turning orange and yellow. The ridge behind the cabin rose maybe 100 feet and was covered in brush and rock. I found a deer trail that wound its way up part of it. Seemed like a good place to sit and watch wildlife, so I marked it in my mind for later. The next couple of days were slow and peaceful. I woke with the sun, made instant coffee, walked the woods, read in the afternoons, and sat by the fire in the evenings. I didn't bring a phone. I left it in the truck, turned off. No one needed me. The only sounds were birds, squirrels, and the occasional thump of a branch falling somewhere in the woods. It was perfect. Then, on the fourth morning, I noticed something odd. I was sipping my coffee on the little porch, watching fog rise from the trees, when I saw a shape up on the ridge. It was far off, maybe 100 yards, just a dark figure between the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it didn't move like one. It stood upright. My first real thought was that it was a hiker. Maybe someone else was out here wandering around. But this land was private. It belonged to my friend's family, and he'd said nobody had been up here in years. I watched the shape for a long time and it didn't move. Not an inch. Just stood there. I rubbed my eyes, looked again. Still there. Finally, I stood up and shaded my eyes, and when I looked again, it was gone. I chalked it up to shadows and trees playing tricks. I hadn't slept well that night. Woke up sweating for no reason, so maybe I was just out of it. That night, I locked the door with the latch and pulled a chair in front of it. I told myself it was just to be safe, that I was alone and that's what you do when you're out in the woods. But the truth is, I felt something, like the air had shifted, like something was out there. The next morning, I hiked up the ridge. I took my rifle with me, more to feel secure than anything. The trail I'd found before led partway up, and I had to bushwhack the rest. I reached the spot where I thought I saw the figure. Nothing. No tracks. No sign anyone had been there. But the spot had a clear view of the cabin, and that made something in me tighten. Someone could have been watching me from here, could have been standing here for hours. That night, I built the fire higher. I kept the rifle close. The following day, I did something I hadn't planned on. I moved some logs and rocks and branches up the ridge around that same spot. Made a little perimeter, not obvious, just enough that if someone walked through it, I'd know. I laid some small sticks in the leaves and some pine cones in a pattern I could remember. It was a stupid thing, maybe, but I needed to know. 2 days passed and nothing changed. I started to think I was just being paranoid. I stopped checking the ridge. I tried to settle back into the rhythm, but on the 7th night, something woke me. It was late, maybe after midnight. I don't know what I heard first. Maybe a snap outside, or just the quiet getting too loud. I sat up in the dark, listening. The fire had gone out, and the stove was cold. The trees outside were creaking softly, but something else was there too. Something close. A shuffle. A soft scrape, like a boot sliding on dirt. I stayed still, straining to hear. Then I heard it again, closer, right outside the cabin wall. My skin went cold. I slowly reached for the rifle, careful not to make noise. The latch on the door rattled, just slightly, just enough to make my heart hammer. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. The latch didn't lift. The door didn't open, but I knew someone was out there. I sat there with the rifle across my lap until dawn broke through the window. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing. No footprints, not that I could see. But one of the sticks I'd placed up the ridge was snapped clean in half, and a few pine cones were gone. I considered leaving that day. I really did, but something kept me there. Pride maybe, or just plain stubbornness. I didn't want to be chased off by some backwoods creep. I checked the truck. No tampering. I checked the food, the gear. All fine, so I stayed. I kept the rifle close, slept in short bursts, and listened more carefully. The next night, nothing happened. But the one after that, I saw him. I was on the porch, late, the sky a dark blue above the trees, when movement caught my eye. Up on the ridge again, this time clear as day. A man, standing between two trees, just watching. I couldn't see his face, just a pale shape and dark clothes. He didn't move. He didn't speak, just stood there. I raised the rifle and aimed at him, not to shoot, just to let him know I saw him. But he didn't react, didn't flinch, just turned, slow as can be, and walked into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I hiked up again, this time with more purpose. I followed where I thought he'd gone, deeper into the woods, around the ridge and down the other side. And what I found made my stomach drop. There was a camp. Not much, just a tarp tied between trees, a pile of fire-blackened stones, and a few scattered cans. But it had been used recently. The ashes were fresh. A blanket was draped over a log. And worse, there were photographs, tucked under a rock. Photos of the cabin, from a distance, some of them with me in them. I gathered them up and left fast. Back at the cabin, I packed everything I could carry. I didn't stop to think. I just loaded up, started the truck, and drove. I didn't look back. I drove until I hit pavement, then kept going until I found a gas station. I turned the photos in to the local sheriff's office. They asked questions, took statements, said they'd investigate. But I never heard anything back. I didn't push it. I never went back to that cabin. I still think about it sometimes. The way that man stood there watching. The way he moved like he had all the time in the world. Like he'd done it before. Like he might do it again. That trip was supposed to give me peace. What it gave me instead was a lesson. Out in the woods, where no one can hear you, not everything that watches you is an animal. And sometimes, the scariest thing isn't what's in your head. It's what's standing still in the trees, just waiting. I've always been drawn to the idea of getting away from it all. The kind of solitude where the only sounds are birds, wind, and the occasional creak of the trees swaying. That's why, when my friend James invited me to spend the weekend at his family's cabin up in the mountains, I didn't hesitate to say yes. The cabin was small, nestled deep in a dense forest that stretched for miles. You had to drive for almost 2 hours on winding, narrow roads to get there. By the time I arrived, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the ground. The place looked just as I remembered: old, weather-beaten wood with faded red paint, the kind of place you'd expect to find in a horror movie, but in a good way. Peaceful, quiet, isolated. James had been coming here since he was a kid, and the few times I'd been before, it was always a relaxing escape. There was something about the way the air felt up there, crisp, fresh, like you were breathing for the first time after years of stale city air. But this time was different. There was a weight to it I couldn't explain, something off, like the air itself had thickened. James had to leave for a few hours to run some errands, so I was alone. I had a book, a couple of cold beers, and the hope of some peace. The cabin itself had all the basics. A wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a porch that wrapped around the front. But there was one thing that always stood out to me: the loft. It wasn't a real second floor, more like an open space up above where you could store things or lay out a couple of blankets for extra sleeping space. I never liked going up there, and neither did James. He had told me once that when he was younger, he had heard strange noises coming from up there. But when he checked, nothing was ever out of place. As we grew older, we just stopped going up. That afternoon, I decided to go for a walk. The woods were quiet, but in a way that felt a little too still. I didn't see any wildlife, not a single bird or squirrel, just an endless sea of trees. I walked for maybe an hour, breathing in the fresh air and trying to push away that uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. When I finally turned back toward the cabin, it was just starting to get dark. I'd never been afraid of the dark, but that evening something about it felt different. The shadows seemed to stretch longer than usual, and the wind had a mournful sound to it, like it was carrying whispers just out of reach. It was like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. When I got back to the cabin, I started a fire in the stove, feeling the warmth slowly chase away the chill. I had dinner, a simple meal, just some pasta I'd made earlier, and sat down with my beer to read. The cabin creaked occasionally, the usual sounds of an old building settling. But then, about an hour after dark, I heard something else. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again. A soft thud from above, like something heavy had been dropped on the loft. My heart skipped. I hadn't been upstairs since we got here, but it wasn't like James to leave things up there. The stairs were creaky, so it wasn't possible for someone to go up without making a sound, but I'd heard nothing, just that muffled thud, then silence. I stood up and walked to the base of the stairs, staring up into the dark loft. The air felt even heavier now. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't place why. I turned on the lights, the harsh glow cutting through the gloom, but nothing seemed out of place. The loft was empty, just a few dusty blankets and boxes of old camping gear. I thought maybe I was just jumpy. After all, I'd been alone for a while, and the isolation could get to anyone. I grabbed my book again and tried to settle down, but the unease kept gnawing at the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind outside, felt amplified. That's when I heard the sound again, this time louder. A soft tapping like fingernails on wood. It was coming from above me, from the loft. I froze, staring up at the ceiling. The sound was slow, deliberate, like something or someone was testing the silence. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the stairs, but before I could move, the sound stopped. I don't know how long I stood there, the beam of light trembling in my hand. I kept waiting for the noise to come again, but it didn't. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I took a shaky breath and decided to check the loft. I had to know what was making the noise. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step creaking under my weight. The moment I reached the top, I turned on the light, half expecting to see someone, or something, waiting for me. But there was nothing. The loft was empty, just as I had left it earlier. No sign of anything out of place. But the strange thing was, the air felt colder up there, and the silence seemed almost suffocating. The noise had come from somewhere, but where? I checked the boxes, the blankets, the small storage area in the corner, but everything was exactly where it should have been. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just letting my imagination run wild. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the far corner of the loft, just outside the range of the light. It was dark, but I thought I saw something move, a shift in the shadows like a shape that wasn't quite right. My heart slammed into my chest. I couldn't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to get out of there. I ran down the stairs and slammed the door to the loft shut behind me, my breath coming in short gasps. I sat down in one of the chairs by the fire, my hands shaking. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger now, and the air felt like it was pressing in on me from all sides. I had no explanation for what was happening, but I knew one thing. I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, my eyes darting nervously to every corner of the cabin. Every small noise made my heart race. When James finally returned, I didn't tell him anything. I didn't think he'd believe me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. But he could see something was off. The way I jumped at every sound, the way I kept looking over my shoulder, it was clear I wasn't all right. The next day, we packed up and left early. As I sat in the passenger seat, looking back at the cabin, I couldn't help but feel a weight lift from my chest. I had no idea what had happened that night or why, but I knew I'd never go back there. Not ever. It's been months now, and I still can't explain what I felt up there. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Or was there something in that loft? Something I wasn't supposed to find? I'll never know, but I'm okay with that. Some things are better left unexplored. It was the fall of 1997 when I decided to spend a few weeks alone in a cabin deep in the Appalachian foothills of northern Georgia. I was 28, fresh out of a bad relationship, and sick of my job. I'd been working as a groundskeeper at a community college for almost 6 years, and every day started to feel the same. Mowing grass, fixing sprinklers, trimming hedges. That sort of life just started to close in on me. I didn't have any big plans. No cross-country road trips or finding myself out west. I just wanted quiet. I wanted to feel something different for a while. A friend of mine, Jake, who I hadn't seen since high school, had told me a year earlier about his uncle's hunting cabin. It sat way out in the woods, about 2 hours from the nearest gas station. Jake's uncle had passed away and left it to him, but Jake lived out in Arizona and had no use for a rundown shack in the hills. When I called and asked if I could borrow it for a few weeks, he said sure. No one had been up there in over 2 years, and he warned me it might be in rough shape. I didn't care. I packed up my truck with enough canned food, bottled water, and dry goods to last a month. I brought a rifle, my tools, my sleeping bag, a few flannels and jeans, and a box of books I'd always meant to read. I figured I'd get a little work done fixing the place up while I was there, maybe go for a few hikes, and spend the evenings drinking coffee on the porch, listening to the wind. The drive out there took most of the day. The paved road turned into gravel, then narrowed to a 2-track dirt trail that wound up into the hills. There were trees everywhere. Dense hardwood forests, mostly oak and hickory, with big, dead leaves already starting to fall. It was cool for October, especially that high up. The air felt sharp and clean, and I rolled the windows down and let the wind whip through the truck for a while. I didn't see another soul after I passed a faded sign for something called Chalk Ridge, which I guessed was an old mining town. The trail got rougher, with ruts and overgrowth scraping at my fenders, but my truck was old and tough. I didn't mind it. The cabin sat in a shallow valley, about 50 yards off the end of the trail, with thick woods behind it and a dry creek bed just down the hill. It wasn't much, just a weathered one-room shack with a tin roof, a rusted chimney pipe, and a porch that sagged in the middle like a broken back. One shutter was hanging loose by a single hinge, and the screen door flapped in the wind. There was an outhouse about 30 feet away, leaning a little to one side. The whole thing looked like it had been forgotten by time. Still, I liked it. It had character, felt honest. I spent the first few days cleaning up, sweeping out dead leaves, killing spiders, patching up the roof with a roll of tar paper I brought. There was an old cast iron stove in the corner, and the pipe was still solid, so I got that going with some chopped wood from a pile out back. Most of the food was still sealed and good, and the rainwater barrels were bone dry, so I just stuck with my bottled supply. Nights got cold fast, but the sleeping bag was rated for below freezing, and the stove kept the place warm enough. Each morning, I'd wake up at sunrise, eat a can of beans or Spam, and hike. The woods were thick, quiet, and peaceful. I followed deer trails, tracked raccoons, and watched hawks circle overhead. There were old fences buried in the underbrush, sometimes just a line of moss-covered posts disappearing into the trees. Every now and then, I found rusted tools or broken bottles. Once I even found a wheelbarrow, half sunk into the ground, with a tree growing up through it. The forest was swallowing everything out here. I barely saw any animals at first, just squirrels and birds. No deer, no coyotes. I thought maybe it was too early in the season. But then things started to feel off. Not supernatural, not haunted, just off. It started with the tracks. I'd been following a game trail up along a ridge about a mile from the cabin when I saw them. Deer prints, fresh in the mud. But they didn't make sense. The spacing was wrong, too close together, almost like the animal had been limping. Then I saw another set crossing them. Human boots, big ones. I wear size 12, and these were larger. At first I thought maybe a hunter had passed through, but there were no tire tracks near the cabin and no signs of camping. Besides, no one would come out here without a vehicle. It was too remote. That night, I stayed up late reading by lantern light. I thought I heard something walking outside around 2 in the morning, crunching leaves, a thud like a footstep, but it was faint, and I told myself it was a raccoon. Still, I locked the door. The next morning, I found the screen door unlatched. I was sure I'd hooked it. Not the wooden door, the real one was locked and untouched, but the screen door had been opened, just swinging in the breeze again. I chalked it up to the wind. 2 days later, I went back to that same ridge. More tracks, the same boot prints, this time circling around a tree. And I found something else, an old cigarette butt. Fresh. Not the kind of thing that would last long in the rain and wind. It was damp but still smelled of smoke when I crushed it. I didn't smoke. No one should have been out here. I started carrying the rifle with me full-time after that. I didn't fire it, not even once. I just kept it slung across my shoulder or in my hands. I tried not to let the fear take root, but it did. I stopped going more than a mile from the cabin. I started watching the tree line every night from the porch. The woods stopped feeling peaceful. They started feeling like they were watching me. Then I found the deer. It was early morning, still cold and gray with dew hanging in the air. I was walking along the creek bed when I saw it lying just ahead. A buck, maybe 4 or 5 years old, thick body, big rack of antlers. At first I thought it was sleeping, But when I got closer, I saw the blood. It was everywhere. Its throat had been slit, not ripped like by an animal, but clean, almost surgical. Its legs were tied with old rope, like someone had bound it after death. Its eyes were still open. Flies buzzed around the wound. I backed away slowly, heart pounding, gun up. Nothing moved in the trees. No sound except the flies. I turned and walked fast, not quite running, all the way back to the cabin. After that, I barely slept. I kept the lantern lit all night. I piled furniture against the door. I stopped hiking. I stopped going to the outhouse and started using a bucket inside. My food was running low, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave, but the trail out had gotten slick with rain, and I wasn't sure my truck could handle the drive. I told myself I'd leave at first light the next clear day. But that night, someone came to the cabin. I was dozing in the sleeping bag, the rifle across my chest, when I heard the porch creak. Not an animal, not the wind. It was a heavy step, then another, then silence. I froze, holding my breath, barely daring to move. After maybe a full minute, I heard the doorknob rattle. Slowly, gently, then harder. Someone tried to open the door, testing it. When it didn't open, they stopped. I heard nothing for a long time, then footsteps moving away, slow and steady. I stayed up until sunrise, barely blinking. When I finally opened the door, the porch was empty, but in the dirt, just at the edge of the steps, were boot prints. Deep ones, the same size as before. I packed up everything I could carry, threw it in the truck, and started the engine. The trail was slick, but I didn't care. I drove slow and steady, tires sliding, mud flying, every bump in the road jarring my nerves. I didn't stop until I hit pavement again, and even then I kept going, all the way to a diner near the highway where I sat in a corner booth and shook for 20 minutes before ordering coffee. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell Jake. I didn't call the cops. What would I say? That someone was living out in those woods? That they were watching me? Hunting deer in ways that didn't make sense? That they tried my door in the middle of the night? There was no crime, no proof, just fear. I went back to work the next week. My boss gave me a sideways look but didn't ask questions. I didn't tell anyone. Life went on. But sometimes I still see it. In my sleep, in flashes. That deer with its slit throat and staring eyes. Those boot prints circling in the mud. That rattle at the doorknob. And every now and then, I think about who it was out there. I think about what they were doing, why they never said anything, why they waited until the middle of the night. I wonder if they knew I was watching them too. If it was a game to them. If they're still out there, waiting for the next person to wander too far off the trail. I've never gone back to the woods. I sold the truck. I moved into an apartment in a busy part of town. And now I sleep with the windows locked, blinds closed, and a light on in the hall. I still like the quiet, but only when I can see what's making it. It was the fall of 2011, and I had just turned 34. I'd been working construction full-time in Columbus, Ohio, doing drywall and flooring mostly, but my lower back was starting to give me problems and the hours were grinding me down. My buddy Scott had this family cabin up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, out near a place called Osprey Ridge, nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place with a wood stove, no running water, and a generator for lights if you brought enough gas. He hadn't been up there in years, and when I mentioned I needed a break, he tossed me the keys and said, "Go clear your head." It was late October, just past peak color season. The tourists were gone, and the weather was cooling down fast. I packed up my Ford Ranger with a couple coolers of food, some gear, my old Remington 870 just in case, and a stack of firewood in the truck bed. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just needed a few days away from everything. That was my first mistake. The drive up took about 11 hours. I left just before sunrise and hit the back roads once I got north of Green Bay. The deeper I went into the woods, the more it felt like another world. The map said I had to take an old Forest Service road for the last 20 miles, and that road was a disaster. Ruts deep enough to swallow a tire, branches scraping both sides of the truck. I almost turned around more than once, but stubbornness kept me going. By the time I got to the cabin, it was nearly dark. I'd forgotten how fast the sun sets up there this time of year. The place looked rougher than I expected. Roof sagging on one corner, porch steps half rotted, the chimney leaning a little to the right like a drunk. Still, it was dry inside and didn't smell like mold, which was enough for me. I parked beside the cabin and unloaded. The air was cold and clean, and the forest around the place was dead quiet. No birds, no wind, just that heavy silence you only get way out in the woods. I didn't think much of it. I was tired, hungry, and ready to sit by a fire. I got a blaze going in the wood stove and warmed up a can of chili on the little propane burner Scott had left behind. I ate, cracked open a beer, and sat in the old recliner by the fire until I dozed off. The first night was fine. I woke up cold around 3 a.m., threw a couple more logs in the stove, and crawled back into the sleeping bag. The next morning, I felt better than I had in months. My back wasn't screaming, and the quiet was doing wonders for my nerves. I made coffee with melted snow and took a short hike up the ridge behind the cabin. There was a trail barely visible under the leaf cover, but it was clearly man-made, logs cut, small switchbacks. I figured Scott's grandfather had carved it out decades ago. At the top of the ridge, you could see out over a shallow valley and a lake beyond that, maybe half a mile wide. No cabins, no boats, no signs of life at all. Just trees, water, and sky. I sat on a fallen log for a while, watching the wind stir the lake. I couldn't believe more people didn't come out here. It felt untouched. I hiked back down around noon and spent the rest of the day chopping some kindling, checking the generator, which didn't start, and organizing my supplies. I had enough food for 5 days if I rationed it a bit. That night, I had a small fire outside in the fire pit and listened to the forest settle down. Still no birds. I thought maybe the cold had pushed them south already. Around 9 I turned in, hoping to hike around the lake the next day. It was the third day when things started to feel off. I woke up late, maybe around 10. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds rolling in. I dressed in layers and packed a small bag with water, jerky, and a flare gun. I'd brought it more out of habit than anything. My plan was to hike down the valley to the lake and follow the shore. The map didn't show any trails, but I figured I could make my own path easily enough. Getting down the ridge was harder than I thought. The forest was thicker than it looked from the top, with lots of fallen trees and undergrowth. I twisted my ankle stepping over a log. Nothing serious, but enough to slow me down. It took nearly 2 hours just to reach the lake, and by then the sky had gone from gray to dark steel. Wind picked up sharp and fast. That's when I saw the first sign someone else had been out there recently. Near the shoreline, half buried under pine needles and dirt, I found a crushed beer can. It wasn't old, no rust, still had the label clear. Some cheap brand I didn't recognize. I looked around but didn't see any other trash. Just that one can. I figured maybe someone else had hunted this area, though Scott swore nobody came up here anymore. I kept moving, following the edge of the lake. Then I found the deer carcass. It was about 100 yards from the shore, in a small clearing. Fresh kill, but not clean. Its stomach had been torn open, guts splayed out in a fan across the leaves. The meat was mostly untouched. No bite marks, no scavenging. Just ripped open and left there. I crouched and looked closer. The edges of the wound were jagged, not like a bullet or a clean blade. It looked like it had been torn open by hand or some blunt tool. I felt sick. Something about it didn't sit right. I scanned the trees, the ridge, everywhere. No movement, no sound. That's when I realized how quiet it had gotten. The wind had stopped. No rustling leaves, no distant water, just silence. I don't mean the usual forest hush. I mean dead silence. The kind that makes your skin crawl because your ears start looking for something to fill it. I stood up and started heading back. I didn't make it far before I heard the footsteps. They were faint behind me off to the left, crunching leaves. Not animal. 2 feet. I stopped walking. The steps stopped. I moved again. They started again. Always behind me, always just far enough I couldn't see anything if I turned. I ducked behind a tree, held my breath. The forest was quiet again. I waited 5 minutes, maybe 10. Nothing. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe echoes, maybe a deer walking on two injured legs. I forced myself to keep walking, slower now, gun in hand. I didn't see anyone, but I kept feeling it. That sense you get when someone's behind you, watching. I hurried, got back to the ridge near dark, panting, out of breath, heart racing. Climbed the trail back to the cabin and didn't stop until I was inside with the door bolted. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound felt louder than it was. Every creak in the wood stove made me flinch. I kept the shotgun loaded and within reach. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps again. This time circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I didn't dare look out the window. I just sat there in the dark, holding the shotgun, trying not to breathe too loud. When the sun came up, I opened the door. Nothing. No footprints in the frost. No broken branches. Just forest. I told myself I was cracking, that the silence, the isolation was getting to me. I decided I'd leave early. Maybe not that day, but the next morning. Give myself time to rest, pack, and get back to the truck road before dark. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I chopped some wood, stayed busy, stayed armed. That night, I made sure everything was locked up tight. I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I left a pot of boiling water on the stove just in case I needed something fast and hot. I didn't plan to sleep. And then, just after midnight, the power from the backup generator kicked on. I hadn't started the generator. The lights in the kitchen blinked twice and held steady. A low hum started outside. I grabbed the gun and moved to the back window. The generator box was about 20 feet from the cabin, behind a shed. I couldn't see anything. I turned the lights off, killed the switch to the generator from inside. The hum died. Silence again. Then I heard the back door handle jiggle. Just once. Quick, like someone testing it. I crept to the back room. No windows on that side. I pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. Then I heard a soft scrape, like metal dragging on wood. It moved from the back door toward the window on the side of the cabin, slow and steady. I held my breath. The sound stopped. No knock, no voice, just quiet. Then a loud thud on the roof. I nearly fired the gun. Something or someone had climbed up. I ran to the other room and pointed the barrel at the ceiling. Nothing, just footsteps above me, deliberate, unhurried. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to scare me. They were testing me, seeing what I'd do. I didn't give them the chance. I threw open the door and fired a warning shot into the trees. The echo was deafening. Birds exploded out of the trees, and the thing on the roof jumped off the far side. I ran out into the yard, spinning in a circle, heart hammering. I didn't see anyone, just trees, forest, silence. The rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I sat with the gun across my knees, fire burning low. When the sun rose, I packed everything I could in 15 minutes, threw it in the truck bed, and took off. I didn't care about the food, the gear, nothing. Just needed to get out. It took me 4 hours to get back to the nearest paved road. In late October of 2017, I decided to take a break from everything. I was 34, divorced for about a year, and the silence in my apartment had been eating at me. Every day felt like I was watching someone else's life from behind glass. I was stuck in the same town I'd grown up in, still working at the same hardware store I'd worked at since I was 21. I needed out, even if just for a few days. That's when I remembered the cabin. My uncle Mark owned this small, off-grid cabin up on Fisher Ridge in Montana. He built it himself back in the 80s, using rough-hewn logs and thick stone for the foundation. The place had no electricity, no plumbing, and no road access. You had to hike in 4 miles from the gravel pull-off where the old Forest Service road ended. He hadn't been there in years, but he always kept it stocked with some basics. He told me once, if I ever needed a place to disappear, to go up there. So I did. I packed light, just a big internal frame backpack with a sleeping bag, food for 4 days, a camp stove, fuel, 2 good knives, a flare gun, water purification tablets, a hatchet, my .357 revolver with a box of rounds, and a journal. I figured I'd chop wood when I got there and live simple for a while. No phone, No people, just quiet. The hike in wasn't easy. I parked my truck just after sunrise at the last clearing before the road vanished into overgrowth. The trail was mostly overrun, but still traceable. The air was sharp and cold, with frost still clinging to the taller grasses. Leaves had mostly fallen already, and what remained were mostly brittle yellows and deep oranges. I had to keep pushing fallen branches aside and watch my step over muddy spots where the rain had pooled days before. It was peaceful, though. I saw a few deer on the trail and heard the occasional crack of branches from something bigger moving deeper in the woods. Probably elk. Maybe a black bear. After about 3.5 hours, I crested the ridge and saw the top of the cabin through the trees. It was exactly how I remembered it. Small, squat, and tucked into the slope like it belonged there. The porch sagged slightly at the edge, and the chimney was missing a few stones near the top, but otherwise it looked solid. The door creaked loud when I pushed it open. Dust swirled in the sunlight coming through the small, grime-smeared windows. Inside, the air was stale but dry. There was a cot against the back wall, a small table with 2 mismatched chairs, a stone fireplace, and shelves lined with jars, old camping gear, and canned goods. I spent the first few hours sweeping out mice droppings, checking for leaks, and chopping enough firewood to last the first 2 nights. There was a small stream downhill where I filled my bottles and boiled the water back at the fire. That first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch wrapped in my jacket, watching the trees shift in the wind. The stars came out bright, and with no light pollution, the sky looked alive. I slept on the cot with my revolver tucked under my pillow. Not out of fear, just habit. The second day passed without much to note. I explored the nearby slope a little, looking for signs of animals or old trails. I saw scat near a tree line that looked like it came from a mountain lion, but it was old. I didn't go too far. The terrain dropped steep in places, and there were lots of loose rocks and hidden holes under the leaves. I spent the afternoon reading from a tattered paperback I found on the shelf, then journaling until sunset. That night, just after I laid down, I heard something. It was subtle at first, like a steady crunching of dry leaves. Not the wind, this was paced, heavy, came from behind the cabin, near the slope. I sat up, heart going a little faster. I listened. The steps moved closer, then stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing. I got up, slipped on my boots, and stepped onto the porch. It was pitch black out except for what little light the moon gave. I didn't want to use my flashlight right away, so I stood still, eyes trying to adjust. The forest was quiet. No birds, no wind, just a kind of thick silence. I waited a few minutes, then went back in, locking the door behind me. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe an elk passing through, but I slept with my revolver in my hand that night. The next morning, I went out to check around the cabin. I didn't find any tracks, but the ground was mostly leaf-covered, so I wasn't surprised. Still, the sense of something watching didn't go away. It hung over me all day like a damp blanket. I tried to shake it. I made a big breakfast, chopped more wood, cleaned out the fireplace again. Normal stuff. In the afternoon, I decided to hike a mile or so further west, toward a rocky overlook I remembered from years ago. The view was incredible. Endless ridges fading into blue haze, birds soaring below the ledge. I sat for maybe an hour, but the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling, like someone had followed me. I kept glancing back into the trees, half expecting to see something, or someone, standing just out of sight. I headed back earlier than planned. When I got back to the cabin, something was off. The door was open, just a few inches, but enough. I knew I'd closed it, locked it even. My stomach dropped. I pulled the revolver, checked the cylinder, and crept forward. I pushed the door open slowly. Inside, nothing looked out of place at first. But then I saw it. My sleeping bag was unrolled. I hadn't left it that way. One of the water bottles was on the floor. The top shelf had a small jar of instant coffee that I hadn't touched, and it was gone. I backed out slowly, closed the door behind me, and sat on the porch for a long time, just staring into the trees. Someone had been inside. I thought about packing up and heading back down, but there was only about 2 hours of light left, and the trail was rough in the dark. So I waited. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire low and stayed in the corner by the fireplace with the revolver across my lap. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they circled the cabin. Slow, deliberate. Once, something brushed against the far wall. I could hear breathing. Not an animal. Not heavy enough to be a bear. I didn't move. I barely even breathed. Just before dawn, it stopped. When the light finally returned, I rushed outside. I looked everywhere. Nothing. No tracks. No sign of a person. But I knew. Someone had been there. I made coffee, packed up everything, and started the hike back without even eating. The forest was still. The kind of stillness that makes your ears ring. Every crack of a twig made me spin around. Every bird call made my heart jump. I kept my hand near the gun the whole way down. About halfway back, I noticed a tree with stripped bark. Clean cuts, too clean to be natural. Then another. A broken branch, but not from wind. Like it had been twisted. I picked up the pace. When I reached the truck, I threw everything into the bed and peeled out, tires spitting gravel. I didn't stop until I hit paved road. I didn't report it. What would I say? There was no crime, nothing stolen, no faces seen. Just a feeling, presence, someone who didn't want me there. I didn't go back to that cabin. A few months later, I asked Uncle Mark about it. I didn't say much, just mentioned that someone might be living nearby. He looked at me for a long time, then nodded, said he hadn't been up there in years, said it wasn't just his land. It butted up against state forest, old mining territory, and places that hadn't seen people in decades. I left it at that. Over the next year, I looked into it a little, quietly, found out that back in the 1960s, a man had gone missing up on Fisher Ridge. Hunter. They found his pack, his rifle, but never found him. In the 90s, a group of hikers reported being followed for 2 days in the same area. Said they saw smoke at night, but no campfires. That part never made the papers. Just backwoods stories. Maybe it was some off-grid hermit. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone who didn't want company. But I remember that sound. Those steps around the cabin, slow and patient, like someone waiting for me to come outside. I remember the way the door was open, just a crack, like an invitation or a warning. And I remember the silence, that deep, unnatural silence like the woods were holding their breath. I moved the next spring, got a new job down in Idaho, closer to people, closer to light and roads and phones. I still hike, still camp, but never alone, and never near Fisher Ridge. Some places aren't haunted. They don't need to be. Some places just don't want you there, and they have a way of making that clear. I was 36 the summer I decided to take a break from everything. It had been a rough year. My divorce had just finalized in March, and work had started to feel like a loop I couldn't break out of. Same emails, same clients, same coffee, same stiff chair. I lived in Columbus, Ohio, and the city's noise had started to grate on me more than usual. I needed somewhere quiet, somewhere I could breathe. I didn't want a fancy getaway or a beach resort. I just wanted trees, quiet air, and maybe a lake. Somewhere far enough from people that I wouldn't hear car doors slamming or kids crying through thin apartment walls. So I looked up cabin rentals within a 6-hour drive and found one on a private property in the woods just north of Marquette, Michigan. The pictures made it look decent. Basic but clean. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, no cell reception. The owner was an older guy named Gary, who managed the place himself. He emailed me back and told me it had running water, a small generator for lights, a gas stove, and a wood-burning fireplace. No neighbors for miles. I booked 5 nights and drove up there the last week of June. I got there late in the afternoon. The drive up had been long but pretty. Pine trees lining the road, quiet towns with faded signs and gas stations that looked half abandoned. Gary met me at the edge of his property, where the dirt road split off from the main highway. He wore jeans, a faded red t-shirt, and had a white beard that hung low. He handed me the keys and pointed down the road. Cabins about 3 miles in, he said. "You'll hit the clearing. Should be all set. Call me from the highway on your way out if you need anything." I thanked him, got back in the car, and drove the rest of the way in. The road narrowed after the first mile. My tires crunched over gravel and dirt, tree branches brushed the sides of the car, and eventually, I came to the clearing. The cabin was smaller than I expected. With siding, green roof, a tiny porch with a bench out front. Behind it, the forest thickened again. To the east, maybe 100 yards away, was a small lake, perfectly still. Inside, the place was tidy. One main room with a bed against the wall, a small wooden table with 2 chairs, a narrow counter with a sink, and a tiny bathroom in the back with a compost toilet and a gravity-fed shower. The generator was in a small shed out back, already running when I got there. I dropped my bag on the bed and stepped outside to breathe. No hum of traffic, no voices, just the trees, a slight breeze, and birdsong. That night, I made pasta on the gas stove and ate outside on the porch as the sun set. The mosquitoes were thick, but I had brought spray. I read for a bit and went to bed early. Slept straight through, which surprised me, considering I wasn't used to the silence. The next day, I woke up around 6, brewed some coffee on the stove and sat by the lake. I brought a cheap fishing rod, but I didn't catch anything. Still, the water was glassy and calm, and I felt better than I had in months. I hiked a little along the path near the back of the cabin that led into the woods, just enough to stretch my legs. Then I spent most of the day doing nothing, reading, napping, eating. It was exactly what I needed. The third day, I decided I wanted to explore a bit more. There was an old trail that started past the lake and looped around through the woods, according to a map Gary had left in the cabin. The map wasn't very detailed, just a hand-drawn sketch with a few markers: old logging road, creek, and bluff. It looked like a 5 or 6 mile loop. I packed some water, snacks, and a flashlight in my backpack, just in case. The sun was out, but clouds were moving in from the west. I didn't think much of it. I wore jeans, a t-shirt, and my old hiking boots. I figured I'd be back by early afternoon. The trail was faint but walkable. It wound through pine and birch trees, mostly flat at first, then started to climb. After about an hour, I passed an old pile of rusted metal that looked like it used to be part of a truck or tractor. The ground was soft in some spots and packed with dead leaves and needles in others. I saw some deer tracks, maybe raccoon too. No other human footprints that I could see. Around noon, the trail got harder to follow. Some of the trees had faded blazes, but they were spaced far apart. I came to a fork and wasn't sure which way was the loop. I guessed left, figuring I could always backtrack. That was my first mistake. The trail narrowed and sloped down toward the sound of running water. I came to the creek that had been marked on the map. It wasn't wide, maybe 5 or 6 feet, but fast and clear. I looked for a place to cross and found a set of flat stones that looked like a natural bridge. I made it across without slipping and sat on the other side to eat an energy bar. The clouds had thickened by then, and the wind was picking up. I checked my watch, 1:20 p.m. I figured I had another couple of miles before the trail looped back. I kept going, but things started to feel wrong. The trees got closer together, and the trail faded until it wasn't really a trail anymore, just packed leaves and random breaks between brush. I kept moving forward, hoping it would pick back up. By 2:30, I realized I was off the loop. Way off. I tried to turn back, but the problem with backtracking in dense woods is nothing looks the same. Trees are trees. Rocks are rocks. I followed what I thought was the direction I'd come from, but I didn't hit the creek again. I didn't hit the fork or the logging road or anything that looked familiar. Everything felt slightly wrong, like I was just off by a few degrees. The wind picked up more, and the temperature dropped. The first drops of rain hit my face just before 3 o'clock. I started walking faster, trying to get back to higher ground to see if I could spot the lake. But the forest just kept going. I passed a huge pine that had fallen in a storm years ago, its roots still half in the air. I passed it again 20 minutes later. I was walking in circles. The rain came harder after that. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept moving. By 4:30, I was soaked, tired, and starting to panic. I'd stopped feeling like a guy on vacation and started feeling like someone who might not make it back before dark. I yelled a few times, just in case Gary or someone else happened to be nearby, but there was nothing. Just trees and rain and the sound of my boots squelching in mud. Around 5:15, I spotted something through the trees. Not the cabin, but a structure. It was another cabin, older, smaller, almost hidden behind a wall of brush. The windows were boarded and the roof sagged on one side, but it was shelter. I pushed through the brush and walked around it. The door was half off its hinges, but it opened. Inside, it smelled like mildew and old rot. The floor was uneven, the boards warped. There was an old stove against one wall, a metal-framed bed with no mattress, and some broken chairs. I sat on one, catching my breath. My hands were shaking from the cold. I checked my phone again, no signal. I figured I'd wait out the rain and try again. But the rain didn't stop. It got worse. I found some old newspapers in a corner, dry under a broken crate, and stuffed them into my jacket for warmth. I had one granola bar left and rationed it. My water bottle was half full. That night was the worst I'd had in years. I curled up on the floor in a corner where it was driest, trying to stay warm. I kept jerking awake to sounds. Branches snapping, wind pushing against the cabin, something rustling outside. No animals came in, but I didn't sleep more than 20 minutes at a time. The next morning, the rain had stopped, but a thick fog had rolled in. I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. My boots were still soaked. I decided to wait a few hours, hoping the fog would lift. Around noon, it finally started to thin. I picked a direction and started walking. Hours passed. No trail, no creek, no lake, just more woods. I stopped checking the time. I just kept moving. My feet ached, and my stomach was empty. I saw a crow fly overhead and followed the direction it came from. Then another. I don't know why, but it felt like something. Around 4 p.m., I finally hit something familiar. A rusted metal pile I'd passed on the first day. I almost cried. I followed the same direction I remembered going after I passed it, and after another 40 minutes, I saw the clearing. The cabin. My cabin. I stumbled up the steps, opened the door, and sat on the floor for a long time, soaking wet, muddy, starving, and shaking. I left the next morning. I didn't stay the last night. I packed everything before the sun was even up, shut off the generator, and drove straight to the nearest gas station to call Gary and tell him I was gone. I didn't tell him about the old cabin or how far I got lost. I didn't tell anyone for a long time, but I still think about it sometimes, how easy it is to get turned around, how close I came to spending a second night out there, and how that old cabin, with its rotting walls and cold air, might have been the reason I made it back at all. I never went back to the woods after that. I still go on trips, but never alone, never without a map, and never without telling someone exactly where I'll be. It was late October of 2011 when I drove up to the cabin. I was 33, tired from city life, and ready to get away from the noise. The place belonged to an old coworker of mine named Martin who had moved down to Georgia years ago. He offered the place to me when he heard I was looking for somewhere quiet to take a break. I didn't ask too many questions. I just wanted something far from people, and this cabin in rural West Virginia, just outside a little nowhere town called Dayton Ridge, seemed perfect. The drive took most of the day. I left Cincinnati around 6 in the morning and didn't get there until nearly 4 p.m. The last hour of the drive was just winding two-lane roads with no shoulder, snaking up into the hills. My phone signal had dropped an hour before that, and I wasn't expecting to get it back until I was home again. I had packed light, just a duffel bag, a cooler full of food, and a couple bottles of bourbon I figured I'd dip into after a few nights. I had no plans other than reading, walking the trails nearby, and sleeping. That was the whole point. Just silence, trees, and time. The cabin sat off a gravel road with no name. You wouldn't even know it was there unless someone told you. A rusted cattle gate marked the turnoff, and from there, it was a quarter-mile drive up a narrow path lined with thick pines. When I pulled up, I saw the cabin was smaller than I'd expected. Only one story, built from old timber, probably pre-1950s. The roof sagged a little and the porch boards were warped, but it looked solid. There was a stack of chopped wood by the side, just as Martin promised. Inside was musty but clean enough. A small kitchen with a propane stove, a cast iron sink, a wood stove in the main room, and a twin bed tucked into the corner. There was a generator out back for lights, but I planned to use oil lamps most of the time. The bathroom was an outhouse 50 yards from the porch. No running water. I had 5 gallons of it in the trunk for drinking and cooking. The first night was uneventful. I made a can of chili on the stove, drank a bit of bourbon, and sat out on the porch until it got too cold. The forest around the cabin was dead quiet. I'd lived in the country before, but this was different. No dogs barking in the distance, no cars, no planes. Just the wind moving through the trees. By the third day, I started to get into a rhythm. Up around 7, coffee on the stove, a long walk down one of the trails that looped around the base of the hill, then back to read or nap. I wrote in a journal a bit, but most of the time I just sat on the porch and stared into the woods. The second week, things started to feel off. It began with sounds. Not big, dramatic ones, just small things easy to explain. Twigs snapping at night, movement in the brush. Probably a deer or a raccoon, I told myself. But it didn't stop. Every night, just after I put out the lamp, I'd hear it. Footsteps, soft but steady, moving around the cabin. Never running, just circling. At first, I thought it was my imagination. I'd sit up in bed, hold my breath, and it would stop. I checked a few times, peeking through the window, but never saw anything. No tracks in the dirt. Nothing moved or missing, but it kept happening. After a week of that, I started locking the door at night. It was a heavy wooden thing with an old iron latch, and I wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. I didn't want to admit it, but I was getting nervous. It wasn't the kind of fear that hits you all at once. It was slow, creeping, like you know something's wrong, but you can't prove it. On the 11th night, I was woken by a sound that made my stomach flip. It was the sound of someone trying the door. Just one rattle, like someone testing it. Then silence. I sat up in the dark, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. I wanted to believe it was the wind or maybe an animal, but I knew the difference. The next morning, I checked the porch. Still no tracks. The dirt was dry and packed, so maybe that meant nothing. But the air felt different, charged like before a storm. That day, I took the rifle from the wall. It was an old .30-06, hadn't been fired in years, but I cleaned it and loaded it just in case. I didn't go walking that day. I stayed close to the cabin, chopping wood and watching the trees. Every little sound made me twitch. The next few nights, nothing happened. I started to think maybe I'd imagined the door thing. Maybe I dreamed it. Cabin fever, maybe. But on the 15th night, I woke up just after 2 a.m. and smelled something that made my skin crawl. Smoke. Not wood smoke like from a fire, but cigarettes. I hadn't smoked in years. No one should have been anywhere near me. But the smell was strong, like someone had just put one out under the window. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the rifle, and swung the door open. Cold night air hit me in the face. Nothing on the porch. No lights in the woods. Just the dark and that smell fading fast. The next morning, I found a cigarette but near the steps. Fresh, filter still white. That's when I knew for sure someone was out there. I stayed up the next night, rifle across my lap, lamp burning low. I watched the trees through the front window, eyes straining. Around 3 a.m., I saw movement. A person just past the tree line. I couldn't make out a face, but they were standing still, watching the cabin. No flashlight, no phone glow, just a silhouette. I raised the rifle, but by the time I blinked, they were gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. That morning, I hiked down to the car, thinking maybe it was time to go. But when I got there, I found the tires slashed. All 4 of them. That was the worst moment of all. Worse than the sounds or the footsteps or the figure in the trees. Because it meant they didn't just want to scare me. They wanted me stuck. I kept it together long enough to hike back to the cabin. I packed my bag, grabbed every bit of food and water I could carry, and got the rifle. I didn't know who was out there or why they were doing this, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. I made a plan to hike down the service road past the gate, head west until I found the highway. It would take a full day, maybe more, but I'd make it. The only thing that scared me more than staying was the thought of being caught trying to leave. I started walking just after noon. The air was cold and sharp, sky gray and low. I made it about 3 miles before I heard footsteps behind me. I turned nothing, but they kept coming. Not fast, not loud, just steady. I moved faster. After half a mile, I glanced back and saw them. A man, maybe mid-40s, wearing a tan jacket and jeans, walking like he was out for a stroll. He didn't look crazed or wild, just calm, too calm. I picked up the pace, heart hammering, but didn't run. I knew better. I didn't want to make myself a target. I kept the rifle in my hands, but didn't raise it. He kept following, always about 200 feet behind. Around 4 p.m., I saw the old ranger station near the base of the hill. It was boarded up, but I ran for it anyway. The front door was locked, but I busted it in with my shoulder. Once inside, I blocked the door with a desk and sat against the wall, rifle in my lap, gasping for air. The man didn't come. I waited until night fell, until every sound outside made me flinch. But he never came in. I left at dawn, rifle ready, and didn't stop walking until I hit the highway around noon. I flagged down a logging truck and didn't say a word to the driver except, "Take me to the police." They sent a cruiser up to the cabin later that day. I stayed at a motel in town, barely slept. The next morning, they told me they didn't find anyone. The cabin looked undisturbed. They even suggested maybe I'd imagined some of it, but I showed them the cigarette butt, the slashed tires, the broken ranger station door. They stopped talking after that. I never went back. Left the rest of my gear there. Martin didn't ask for it back. I still don't know who that man was or what he wanted. But I think about him sometimes, his calm walk, the cigarette, the way he stayed just far enough away to not get shot. Like he was playing a game I didn't understand. But I won. I left. I'm alive. And now I stay away from the woods. I've always been drawn to quiet places, those spots far from the noise of the world. So when the opportunity came for me to get away for a weekend, I didn't think twice. It was just me, a weekend alone, and a small cabin tucked away in the middle of nowhere, or so I thought. It was late September. The days still warm, but the nights beginning to hint at the cold of the coming winter. The cabin was in the mountains, far enough from the nearest town that I had no real connection to the outside world. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just the sounds of the forest around me and the distant call of birds. I pulled up the long, dusty drive to the cabin, the trees stretching high on either side. They were thick with pine needles, a dense canopy above. The air smelled fresh, like earth and rain, though there hadn't been rain for days. The cabin itself was small but sturdy looking, made of logs that had seen better days. The wood was weathered, faded from years of exposure to the elements. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped onto it, setting down my bag and glancing at the few windows. Dirty, closed up tight. The front door was locked, but the key was waiting for me, hidden beneath a rock near the steps. I hadn't expected anything fancy, but as I turned the key in the door and stepped inside, a strange feeling hit me. The place was clean, almost too clean. It had that stale and used air, as if no one had lived in it for a long time. The furniture was simple, old, mismatched. The kitchen was stocked with the basics, pots, pans, a few canned goods. Nothing extravagant. The living room was dominated by a large stone fireplace, the kind that would be perfect for a cold night. I imagined sitting there later, fire crackling, a book in my hands. But for now, I dropped my bag on the couch and walked around, opening the back door to get a feel for the place. Behind the cabin, the forest stretched out, deep and dense. It looked inviting, but also imposing. The trees were packed so tightly together that the ground beneath them barely saw any sunlight. I stepped out, my boots crunching against the dry leaves, and walked a few paces into the woods. I felt the weight of silence press in on me, the the quiet broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. I noticed something strange just beyond the tree line, a small structure. It wasn't a shed, but something that looked more like an old, overgrown root cellar, its wooden door sagging on one hinge. Curiosity got the better of me, so I made my way toward it, but as I got closer, a weird sensation came over me. I couldn't explain it, just an unease, a coldness creeping up my spine. I stopped a few feet away, staring at the door. It was half buried in the dirt, the hinges rusted beyond repair. The door itself had dark stains on it, patches of something that looked like old, dried mud. It didn't look like something that had been used in years, but there was something about it that made me uneasy. I turned back toward the cabin, shaking off the feeling and deciding not to investigate further. When I returned to the cabin, I checked the windows, making sure they were all locked. I didn't know why, but I felt like I needed to be certain. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the crackling warmth filling the cabin. I grabbed a book off the shelf, hoping to distract myself, but my eyes kept darting to the window. The forest outside was dark now, the trees seeming to loom closer, as if they were watching me. I've always been a person who needs to get away sometimes. The noise, the responsibilities, the constant pressure, it wears on you. So when I saw an ad for a secluded cabin in the woods, deep in the hills of Tennessee, I knew I had to take it. The ad made it sound like the perfect escape. The cabin was isolated, the price was reasonable, and the description promised everything I was looking for. Peace and quiet, a place to reset. No neighbors, no distractions, just nature. I just turned 34, and life had been getting a little too much. I was tired of the city, tired of the people, tired of the noise. I just wanted some solitude, and the cabin seemed perfect for that. It was a tiny one-bedroom place, just a little retreat with a wood-burning stove, a porch that overlooked a small creek, and a trail leading up the side of the mountain. I made the decision on a whim. I told my family I'd be gone for a week, packed up my car with what I needed, and left without hesitation. I didn't expect anything unusual. It was supposed to be an escape, not some kind of adventure. But what I got was far from the tranquility I'd hoped for. When I arrived, the place looked exactly like the pictures. It was small, old, and nestled deep into the woods. The trees around the cabin were thick, the sort of dense woods that made everything feel muffled. The cabin itself was made of rough-hewn logs. The windows were small, but it had a certain charm. There was no one around for miles, just the rustling of the trees and the occasional chirp of birds. I liked it immediately. I unloaded my things, made sure the wood stove was stocked, and took a quick walk down to the creek. The water was cold, and the sound of it flowing over rocks was soothing. I stood there for a while, just breathing in the fresh air. Felt good to be out here, away from everything. But as the sun started to dip behind the trees, something changed. I noticed how quickly the temperature dropped, how the woods around me seemed to darken faster than they should. It was like the world was swallowing up the daylight. I felt it, a heaviness, a strange tension in the air, but I shook it off. I wasn't here to think about weird feelings. I was here to relax. The first night was uneventful. I made myself a simple dinner and sat in front of the stove with a book. I went to bed early, thinking I'd wake up refreshed and ready for some hiking in the morning. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. But my sleep was restless. I kept waking up to strange noises, small things, the sound of a branch scraping against the wall, a soft creaking of the cabin's wooden beams. At first, I thought it was just the wind or the house settling, but then I began to wonder if there was something else. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. I lay there in the dark, listening to the noises get louder, as if something was moving outside, circling the cabin. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me. It wasn't the kind of quiet you get in the country, where everything is still and peaceful. It was the kind of quiet that makes you feel watched, like there's something lurking just beyond your vision. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. I hadn't been out here long, and I wasn't used to this kind of isolation. So I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy, but I didn't think much of it. I got dressed, made some coffee, and decided to take a walk up the trail to the top of the hill. The walk was peaceful enough at first. The trees were thick, their leaves rustling in the breeze. Birds flitted between the branches. It was beautiful, the kind of scenery you could lose yourself in. But then, just past the halfway point up the hill, I saw something that made my heart stop. There, lying at the foot of a tree, was a bundle of twigs. At first, I thought it was just an odd pile of branches. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't just any pile. It was carefully arranged, twisted, bent, and layered in a way that felt intentional, almost ritualistic. It looked like someone had built it with a purpose. I crouched down to get a better look, my mind racing. I didn't know what to make of it. I'd been in the woods many times before, but I'd never seen anything like this. I took a few quick pictures with my phone and stood up, shaking my head as if to clear the strange feeling creeping into my gut. I tried to push it out of my mind as I finished the hike, but the rest of the walk felt off. The air had shifted again. The silence deepened. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door behind me, hoping to forget the strange encounter. That night, things only got worse. The noises outside grew louder. This time, I heard something heavy scraping against the cabin's outer walls. It was deliberate, slow, like someone or something was trying to make itself known. I stayed in bed, clutching the blankets, and tried to tell myself it was just an animal, a bear or something. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every small sound made my heart race. I kept my eyes open, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. By the time morning came, I was exhausted, but the worst was still to come. I decided to leave. I packed up my things, drove down the narrow, dirt road away from the cabin. I wanted to get as far from that place as possible, but something inside me kept pulling me back. I had to know what was going on. So I turned around and went back. I drove through the forest again, past the trailhead, and parked at the base of the hill. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I had to go up there again. As I reached the top, I saw it. The bundle of twigs was gone, but something else was there now. In its place was a pile of rocks. The rocks were arranged in a circle, the kind you might see at a campsite, but there was something different about it, something off. A piece of cloth, old and stained, lay in the center of the rocks. I couldn't help myself. I picked up the cloth, turned it over, and froze. It was a shirt bloodstained. The edges were frayed, the fabric worn and old. I dropped it in horror, my mind racing with the realization of what I was looking at. That's when I heard it. A sound, faint but unmistakable. Footsteps, coming from behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't hesitate this time. I ran. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't look back. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door and didn't go outside again. I spent the next few days inside, too scared to venture out, even though I could feel the weight of eyes watching me from the trees. I knew I wasn't alone, but I also knew I had to leave. When I finally packed up and left, I did so without looking back. The drive home was long, but it gave me time to process everything that had happened. I tried to make sense of it. Was it a prank? Was someone watching me the whole time? Or was it something else? What I know for sure is that whatever happened up there in those woods, it wasn't normal. There was something twisted about that place. But I made it out, and I never went back. As I sit here now, back in the comfort of my own home, I sometimes wonder if I'll ever find out what was really going on up there. But for now, I'm just grateful to be safe. I was 34 the year I rented the cabin in northern Wisconsin. It was 2017. I remember that clearly because it was the year after my dad passed and I was feeling like I needed to disappear for a while. Not for good, just long enough to get my head straight. I had some savings built up from working construction the past decade and wasn't due back on a job site for another 3 weeks. Seemed like the right time to go off the grid. I didn't want a resort. I didn't want other people around. I wanted somewhere quiet, surrounded by trees, with no damn Wi-Fi or phone signal. I found the place on a site that listed off-grid cabins, kind of like a Craigslist, but for loners. It was an old hunting cabin about an hour north of a small town called Iron River. I had to drive up a dirt road for nearly 6 miles before I reached it. The place looked like it hadn't been used much in years. The cabin was simple. One room with a small wood stove, a rusty sink, and a bunk built into the far wall. No electricity. The guy who rented it to me had said there was a hand pump well about 20 feet behind the place and an outhouse further into the trees. I liked it immediately. Felt like the kind of place where the world couldn't reach you. I paid cash. The guy gave me a handwritten receipt and said I'd have the place to myself for the entire month. The first 2 days were calm, peaceful. I chopped some wood, kept the fire going, read a paperback I brought along, and took long walks in the trees. There was an old logging trail that ran maybe 2 miles out from the cabin. I walked it every morning just to feel like I had a purpose. I was sleeping better too, real heavy sleep, the kind that pulls you under. But things started to feel off around the 3rd night. It wasn't anything loud or obvious at first, just the sense that something was wrong. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I thought I heard branches cracking outside. Not loud, but rhythmic, like someone walking. I sat up and listened for a while, but the sound stopped. I figured it was an animal and went back to sleep. Next morning, I found footprints in the frost behind the cabin. They weren't mine. Mine were still visible, going from the back door to the well and the outhouse. These were different, smaller, narrower. They came in from the woods and stopped about 10 feet from the window. They didn't go anywhere after that, just ended, like the person stood there for a while, then backed out the way they came. It rattled me a little, but not enough to pack up and leave. People hiked through that area all the time. There was probably a trail I hadn't seen. Maybe someone just wandered off the path. Still, it stuck with me. I couldn't shake the image of someone just standing out there, looking at the cabin in the dark. That night, I bolted the door and put a chair against it, even though I knew it was mostly pointless. The lock on that door was older than I was. Still, it helped me sleep. On day 5, I hiked further than I had before, maybe 4 or 5 miles out, just following a bend in the logging trail. The woods started getting thicker, more tangled. It felt like nobody had walked that far in years. The trail broke off into smaller deer paths, and the ground was soft with old pine needles. Then I found the bones. At first I thought it was a dead animal, maybe a deer, but it was a dog, or what was left of one. The skeleton was picked clean, no fur, no skin, no rot. Just bones scattered across a patch of mossy ground. The skull still had some teeth in it, and there was a collar half buried nearby. It had rusted, but I could still make out the edge of a tag. There was no way that was natural. Coyotes would have left a mess. Vultures too. This was clean, too clean, like someone had boiled the thing. I stood there for a while, just staring at it, then turned around and hiked back fast, never looking over my shoulder even though I wanted to. That night, I built a fire inside and kept it going. I didn't like how dark the windows got out there. The woods pressed right up against the cabin like a wall. After the fire died down, I sat on the bunk with my flashlight and listened. The wind moved through the trees like breath, but it wasn't strong enough to cover footsteps. At around 2 in the morning, I heard them again, closer this time, slow, steady, crunching in the frozen ground. They moved around the cabin one side, then the back, then the front again. I didn't look out the window. I didn't move at all. I just held the flashlight and listened until the sound faded. Then I stayed awake until the sun came up. The next day, I walked the perimeter. Found nothing at first. Then I saw it. A boot print just outside the outhouse. Not mine. Too small. The tread was smooth and worn, like an old work boot, pointed straight at the cabin. I started to wonder if someone had followed me. Maybe a squatter living out in the woods. Maybe someone else who knew about the cabin. The owner had said no one else would be there, but how could he know for sure? I didn't have a phone, no way to call out. The nearest house was miles away. If someone wanted to mess with me, this was the perfect place to do it. That night, I didn't sleep. The footsteps came back, but they didn't circle this time. They stopped right outside the front door and stayed there for almost an hour. I could hear them shifting weight from one leg to the other. Once, they moved toward the window, and I swear I heard breathing. Not loud, not fast, just steady, patient breathing, like someone waiting. Then they left. I waited until morning, packed my bag, and left a note for the cabin owner. I told him I was cutting the trip short. I hiked down the road to where I left my truck, but when I got there, something felt wrong. The truck was there, all 4 tires flat, slashed. There were cuts in the rubber, clean, deep ones like someone had used a hunting knife. I opened the cab, looked around. Nothing missing. No signs anyone had broken in. But the gas cap was open, bone dry. Tank had been siphoned. I stood there for a while, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have a phone. No signal even if I did. The nearest town was over 10 miles away. No houses along the way, just forest. I could wait, hope someone came along. But the whole point of this cabin was that no one would come along. So I walked. I took a gallon jug of water from the back seat and started toward the highway. It was mid-morning and the sun was out, but the woods still felt too quiet, like something was holding its breath. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following. I never did. Around mile 5, I stopped to rest on a stump by the edge of a dried-out creek bed. That's when I saw the figure across the way. He wasn't hiding, just standing there half in shadow. He wore a dark coat, old and stiff-looking. His hair was long, and his beard looked ragged, like it hadn't been trimmed in years. I couldn't make out his face, but I could tell he was watching me. Not moving, not talking, just watching. I got up and kept walking. I didn't run. I don't know why. Pride, maybe. Fear that if I started running, he would chase me. The rest of the hike was a blur. I remember hearing twigs snap once or twice behind me, but every time I looked back, the trail was empty. I reached the highway around 4 in the afternoon. The first car didn't stop. The second one did. A man in his 60s gave me a lift into Iron River. I didn't say much, just told him my truck had been vandalized. He nodded like that made perfect sense. Didn't ask questions. I called the sheriff's office once I got to town. They said they'd send someone to check on the cabin and my truck. I waited 2 hours before they came back. Said the truck was there just like I said. Tires slashed, gas tank open, but no footprints. No signs anyone else had been there. I didn't argue, just thanked them and left. Rented a motel room that night and got drunk for the first time in years. I left town the next morning and never went back. 6 months later, I got a letter in the mail from the guy who owned the cabin. Said he'd sold the place. Said he was sorry I had a rough time, but that he hadn't rented it to anyone else in over a year. Said he didn't even advertise it anymore after what happened to the guy before me. I wrote him back, asked what he meant. He didn't respond. I tried to forget about it. I went back to work, back to life. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that figure in the woods. The way he stood so still. The way he watched, not with curiosity, but with something else. Hunger, maybe, or hate. I don't know if he was living out there, or if he followed me, or if he just found me by chance. But I do know this. If I had stayed one more night, I don't think I would have made it out. Something about the way it all unfolded. The slow build, the silence, the waiting. It felt like a setup. Like he wanted me scared. He wanted me worn down. And when I finally got there, when I was out of sleep and out of options, that's when he planned to come in. But I left. And that's why I'm still here.